Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to Meeting Tanares Adventures series here. Today, our live stream play session is showcasing a city phase and a quest. We'll be answering questions as we go through the live stream, so be sure to leave your questions in the comments section. Before we begin, though, we will cover some of the major rule changes that have occurred since the Meeting Tanares Adventures video series was developed. This will not cover all the changes, as I will be doing a separate video discussing all of these other changes from the original videos. So let's just kind of dive into those real quick before we get started. This is probably the biggest one of all. Team duties will no longer be existing officially. Any hero can be used in quests, but only one hero of each combat role or class can be used. Jagori still recommends using heroes that follow those 4 team duty roles, but it will not be required. All right, another thing here is playing 2 teams is no longer required. You can play the entire quest in about 24 quests just with 1 team. You can choose to add in a second team later, but once you do, you cannot go back to playing that 1 team again. Another item here is heroic reaction attack stat will now always be the same value as the basic attack stat, which is the same rule as Arena the contest. Next up is the time token is now removed on almost most of the quests and is only used in a few quests that are specific for certain mechanics for that quest. And second to last one here, the guard rule will no longer use a separate token to indicate the enemies in guard, as they will be marked in the quest guide. Additionally, enemies that are on guard will have a symbol to remind you of the Shielded 6 status. And last thing, weekly objectives for the city phase no longer exist. Open war assets and expeditions have increased the number of slots each by 1. Okay, so that is kind of the quick preview there of those rule changes. We will be starting off here with the city phase example. Do we have everyone in here now?
I believe so.
All right. Your mic is on your head, Michael. All right.
I believe so.
Sounds good. So let's get started then. So the city phase board here is on the left-hand side. And let's pull over our existing war asset deck that we'll be starting with, and each player, just to clarify as well, that even if you don't have 4 players, you will still draw 4 cards into 4 hands that will be used in the city phase. So even if you don't have that many, you'll still draw that many cards. All right, so about to get started. We have Dan here. Can you say something, Dan?
Hello, James. I think actually you had asked if everyone was here, but I think that Alex is still trying to connect.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, I can see here in On Tabletop Simulator only Michael.
Gotcha. All right, so only Alex dropped there. So we'll be getting him in here soon. Looks like he just joined the voice channel. Are you there, Alex?
Hi, are listen? Yeah, hello. Yes, I just was dropped off the tabletop simulator, but I came back.
Awesome.
It's connecting now again. Okay.
So, are we going to start the city phase?
Yeah, let's do it. You have the war asset deck there. I think it got moved from where it was earlier.
let's get the components here. The starting deck and
Okay,
place it here.
awesome.
And let's get the week one assets. They are here. Get them. They are here.
You're not pressing the button anymore, Michael.
Yep. This is our asset deck. We just need to uh, remove the snap.
So, for people that are not already aware, Michael here is the lead game designer at Dragori Games. Of,
Hello, everyone.
of course, also we have Dan and Alex, who are the directors, and we have Carlos here, who um, playtester, will be playing with us as well. I will personally be trying to focus on hopefully showing you guys as much as I can and not be playing and more focusing on letting those guys kind of play the game. And so if there's certain things that we're wanting to look at, we can move around to those different positions. So
Yeah, I believe the idea today is to show the game, it play, and ask and answer questions from you all.
exactly. Okay, so are we ready to start drawing? Looks like Alex is in here now.
So let me finish the preparations here, and we will place one asset card on each of the slots here. I just need to remove the grid toggle.
Here, I'll try to help drop these on there for you,
Uh,
although,
they are snap on grid,
yeah, they're on.
so it's solved. So here, here,
Canarian
here.
Dragonblade. Healing the
Yeah,
Challenger.
yeah. At first, you're just another group of heroes in the middle of the chaos of the war. The city has many visitors, important people, and other heroes, but they don't work for you. They didn't actually join your cause. So these cards that Michael has just placed in the middle of the city board, they represent these characters that you can recruit. You can convince them to join your resistance. And if you conquer these cards, they are added to your assets deck, and they can accompany a hero to the quests to provide them with a special, unique power.
Here we are setting up the seed structures. They will be able to be upgraded during the campaign. Here is the level one ones.
So the cards we have here is the Iron Hand Outpost, the Weapon Shop, the Tavern, and the Natural Lab. Hopefully some of this looks familiar to you guys. Like I mentioned in the early setup here and kind of these rule changes, you'll notice that there's this extra item or row item here, or column, I guess. I don't know what we're calling it. But basically, you have one extra expedition you can do and one additional open war asset you can purchase. So it kind of actually matches along with the four city structures.
Yeah, this is the moment when you get to choose where and how to invest your limited resources. There are heroes and other characters to recruit as an asset, items to order and buy, expeditions to send to foreign lands to obtain resources, structures to build and improve. All of this is done through abilities that are produced either by heroes or by assets, the character assets. And these abilities, these off-combat abilities, force, diplomacy, intelligence, and spycraft. they allow you to send successful expeditions and do all the other things that I mentioned that is done in the city phase.
Oh yeah. All right, so looks like we got the cards. I guess normally the first thing would be the. Oh, I guess we should probably talk about the heroes.
Yeah, we will get the heroes we choose to play. This is your team for this.
So we're using Taram here today, which is a core box original character. Zafara, who is also a core box original character. Then we have Jorana, additionally, as also a core box character. And Gaknak. You're welcome, Tyson. So these are the hero cards. So these will be specifically used in the city phase as well as during quests. So these replace essentially our hero pads that kind of existed in Arena of the Contest. And so now they'll be.
The 4 heroes will be placed here on the asset deck for the city phase. So.
All right. And then shuffle it up. Do we save the first upgrade after we do the cards?
No, we will first upgrade one of the siege structures. They are start at level 1, and we'll get one of them to level 2. With our team, Taran, and our group, maybe we should get like a ranged weapon for our team. So maybe could upgrade natural lab for.
You disconnected. You gotta press your button.
I
There you go.
So maybe we can get this one. I don't know if Alex or Carlos agree with my decision, but what do you guys think?
Yes, very good. Anything that could have a weapon, I think it's good on my game style. But I know that if you prefer armor, yeah. But I like to deal more damage.
Okay, then we upgraded the natural lab. Its effect starts immediately to be the level 2 ones. So we could now buy weapons of level 1 if we went, and we will play the city phase now. So we will draw 4 hands of 4 cards, one for me. Oh, let me play 2 hands. So I will play 2 of the hands. Carlos will play one, and Alex will play the other.
Yeah, one thing to note
Oh,
here is
okay.
we only have 3 players here, so me and Dan are kind of going to help support, answer your guys' questions, and read the journal content and things like that. So we're just going to be helping out in that way. So we have one extra hero, of course, that has to be played. And so that will actually be showcasing a new thing, a Comrade card. So we will have a Comrade controller character that will be part of our team.
These 2 hands up here are my hands. You can draw your Carlos and uh, Alex.
Yeah, just so it looks like one of your hands there got 2 of the heroes. That's pretty good. The heroes provide a lot of action points, which are those symbols there at the bottom with the book, the eye, the hands, and the hammer. You want to talk about the different names for them, Dan, and what they represent?
Yeah, sure. Michael just drew a very powerful hand here. As you can see, the assets deck it contains mostly Iron Hand troops and officers, but hopefully soon this deck will improve with character assets being conquered in the city phase. So The ability is a technique or skill with which a hero or asset resolves relevant situations of the battle grid. You have force, which is represented by the axe. It represents combat technique, vigor, violence, or strength, the ability to physically coerce or compel. Diplomacy is represented by the shaking hands. It's the ability to solve situations peacefully and collaboratively. Personal charisma, or the skill of producing convincing arguments. Empathy. You also have the spycraft, which is the little Y. It is the ability to sneak or remain undetected, to obtain information or objects with restricted access. Espionage. And intelligence, the book, it is the ability to come up with creative strategies or plans to process and analyze information, general knowledge. These are the 4 abilities in the game.
Awesome. All right, so it looks like we have our 4 hands dealt here. So who wants to go first? Don't all jump at the same time.
Well, here we think we need to decide what's more important for us. For example, conquer assets so we can use during the quest its effect. We want to, of course, to buy some weapons. We can gain loot cards on the expedition, so we're gonna make some money on the city phase. So we need to decide what's our priority. So of course, I think we, in my opinion, we should try to get some weapons on that natural lab. So we should put some cubes there, and you should try to conquer the assets, so you can have some help on the quest. It's my opinion, of course. Okay, maybe if you wish to get more money or more gold, more, but I think now.
No,
I don't.
let's try to get the 4 assets, so each one of us will have an asset to play on the quest. And science, this is like the simulation of the start of a campaign, so no one of us has an asset yet, and this is the first city phase we are doing, so it would be great if we could have, each one of us could have an asset. Then we can place some cubes on the natural lab so we can get ranged weapons for our ranged characters. We have the starting resources up here, 12 resources from the tutorial quest that we supposedly made. So we have some room to expand resource now and get weapons and assets. I believe that would be a good idea.
All right.
Okay.
So let's do this. Let me play first.
So for people that maybe don't know as much, normally you or know as much about the city phase yet, you play through one hand. Some of the cards here you'll notice have a lightning bolt symbol. That means essentially, what's the official name for it?
It's an instant.
An instant, that's right. And the instant allows you to play on another player's turn. So you don't have to spend those if you don't want to. All right, so Michael here spending the Iron Hand Sergeant, the Iron Hand Negotiator.
I'm getting
And he's
I'm getting this guy here for us.
Just put
Yes,
a cube
I
on
will
the.
I will place a cube. Wait. We
yeah.
need
So he's going to get Hang Lee, the challenger here.
Yes, whenever we conquer anything that we pay the costs, we just put a cube there. So in the next phase, we're gonna resolve the cube. But okay.
Okay,
So
there's
we
a
did
couple
this. I
cards
have
left
2
to
cards
spend.
yet on my hand. I need to play them or I will lose them.
And just so people can see it better, Michael, perhaps you should play the cards that you're playing from your hand. Put it next to the
Yeah, I can
assets
help
you're
with
trying
that.
to conquer, just so we can see the abilities that you're producing. to pay the cost,
Yeah.
which is in the top right half, the top right section of the card. It shows that to get Hei Lang, the challenger, you need 3 force and 3 diplomacy. And these are generated by the Iron Hand Sergeant and negotiators. On the left side of the card, you can see these abilities being produced. So Michael played these 2 cards and conquered Hei Lang, the challenger. And now these cards can be put in the discard pile.
I will use these 2 heroes here.
Disconnect.
It seems that James got disconnected. Can
I
anyone hear me
believe
still?
everyone disconnected.
Yes.
Hello. Are you guys
Yes.
still able to
Yeah, here,
hear
but
me on the
disconnected.
stream?
Can people on the stream still hear us?
Yep. Yep,
Yeah.
they still hear us. So we're yeah. Had an internet disconnect earlier and had it again, so oh.
So previously, Michael had sent an Iron Hand negotiator and a sergeant, perhaps to coerce and to talk sweet with Hai Lang, the challenger. Undeniably, the expeditions provide heroes with more resources and cubes that they get to spend on city structure powers. However, the assets they provide an immediate greater boost to things that heroes can do on quests. So investing in assets, they also get to improve their decks. They can use their great city powers to accelerate the resource output of management activities. For example, you saw that the Iron Hand Sergeant had produced 3 force of the force ability. Uh, the character assets usually provide much greater abilities than that. If you neglect the assets, you may find your spending options reduced as the city did not develop in the pace you needed. Um, you may also decide to buy items to invest in yourself and become more powerful. If you neglect yourself, you will likely have a worse performance in quests and receive fewer rewards. And finally, you may invest in the city and see good long-term results. Like you can spend resources to upgrade the weapon shop so that it offers better items in the future. You just saw Michael deciding to upgrade the natural lab so they could buy ranged weapons for either Taram, the healer, or Zafara, the controller. You may have more resources, but there will come a time when you won't be able to adequately spend them because you need to improve your city structures as well and get better assets because the city will be visited by more and more powerful characters as weeks go by.
All right.
Everyone's back in?
Just about. We're only missing, I think, Alex here. He's joining back up
Alex
right
is
now.
joining. Let me finish my turn. Are you showing the screen?
Okay.
Yeah, I moved the other cards for you and placed the green cube. So go. Yep, keep going.
I will use these 2 heroes here to produce a lot of knowledge and diplomacy. And this will be 12 knowledge and 7 diplomacy. Uh, with this, I can place the 5 cubes here on the natural lab. I believe this is the best play I can do right now. Not an optimized play because the attributes of my heroes are not exactly what I wanted because there's no way I could get any of this guys. But it was a good enough hand. And the heroes go to the discard pile.
All right. So we got quite a few cubes there on the natural lab. Okay, so next one is up. Do you want to go either Alex or Carlos?
Um, no, let's try to conquer. Now that we already have many cubes on Natural Lab, let's try to conquer some assets for us.
Yes, I agree. I just couldn't get assets with the heroes I had. It was just impossible. So
Okay.
I did what I could.
Yeah, someone else here could have used the instant abilities of their Iron Hand characters to boost the ability production of the heroes that Michael played to conquer an asset, but Michael decided it was best just to spend his abilities somewhere else. So as you can see, the natural lab now has 5 cubes that will be spent in the spending stage, which comes right after the playing stage that is ongoing.
Well, I was going to play the other hand, but let you guys play your turns, then I can play the last one with my second hand. Just to remind everyone, I'm playing 2 hands because we are in 3 players, and seed phase is always done with 4 hands. And if there is less players, you open more hands, and one of the players may play with the hand that has no owner.
All right. So Alex, you want to go or Carlos?
Well, let's go. My hand, I don't have enough abilities to conquer any asset, so I can use the instant's power to help people on your other's turn with diplomacy because I have too many diplomacy cards or intelligence. I'm gonna use my two. I'm gonna use 2 intelligence and 2 diplomacy here to put a cube on this expedition. So we're gonna make some gold from here, some resources. And uh, as you see, it's very simple. It's just here you just need to check the costs and pay the cost of the assets, expedition, or to put cubes on the structures, and we can pay them according to what our strategy is. If we wish to conquer assets, we should try to focus on this.
Yes,
But but I
and are you hearing me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
yes.
uh, get this one here and use it to place a cube on the tavern so we can reduce our Kemet hunt for the end of this phase. We need to get a hero.
Yep. And I'm gonna use the other to.
Wasn't it
Let's
better
get
to
some.
keep the
Yes,
other
let's.
with instants instead?
Yes, yes, yes. I think about one card and put the other. Okay, I'm gonna keep my card so I can help you on the incoming turns as I have an instant.
Carlos, are you able to speak? Your voice is very, very low
Sorry,
for me.
There you go.
Okay.
You're good.
uh, sorry. I just think about what we'll do with my hand. Uh, Jorana gives a lot of resources, but
Maybe you could buy this Dragon Blade here with her. She can buy it alone.
yeah,
Oh man, I think
So
Jorana
here you
fell off
can
a cliff.
uh, s- so here you can see how powerful heroes
I,
are in this phase, right? She conquered by
yeah,
herself
I believe I
the
can
Dragon Blade.
buy the Dragon Blade, and I can buy the voluntary recruits. To try to give one our assets to always everyone.
Yes, if you have enough resources, it would be great.
Yeah, I use this.
Here, just two cards here.
Yes, that.
So it can buy the voluntary recruits there, and we can place a cube on him.
Oh man, this guy looks like he's having a good time here, huh?
Yeah, he's a voluntary recruit, as you can see.
Yeah, you can tell.
Very voluntary.
All right. So those two, and then one hand, unless you're using this one now, one more hand left.
I I believe I can get this last asset here. So maybe you and Alex can combine to place another one on one of the expeditions.
Yes, let's
Yeah,
do
we
it. We
can.
we can
Yeah,
do the Turtle
that's a.
Peninsula. You can go, and
I can
I'm gonna
see.
use diplomacy instant to help you on your turn.
Yeah, that's a good call. Let's do.
Yeah, only
All right.
Exita of Mad Nightmares remains to be conquered as a character asset, but I see that Michael's final hand there, he can produce 5 spycraft to conquer her with the Iron Hand Investigator and the Iron Hand Spy.
That's the
Both
plan.
Yeah, both can produce 3 spycraft, and here you can see how powerful these character assets are beyond the initial deck of Iron Hand officers. Because as the Iron Hand spy produces only 3 spycraft, the Exit of Mad Nightmares, which is about to be conquered, produces 6 total points of ability, 3 in force and 3 intelligence. You can also see that you can place cubes of any color on the city board. That doesn't matter. It's just a marker.
Yeah, exactly. It's just for marking, not really related to any certain person doing it.
I use this two, the sergeant and the medic, to place two cubes on the weapon shop.
Okay. Awesome. So that is the end of the spending card phase. What's this phase called again? This initial phase of placing the cards.
They just finished the playing stage, and now they're going to the spending stage, where all these cubes placed on expeditions and assets and city structures may be spent, and even their resource cards. If they open items, for example, they will be able to purchase them with the resource cards that they obtained in quests.
This will be pretty fast. We will just use these two cubes here to gain two resources because that's what expeditions does. We draw two loot cards. We already have the initial loot cards here. So now this is our resources. We remove the cube from each conqueror asset here, and each one will go to our deck. For each three of those we get, we'll also gain one extra resource loot card. So
It's written on
we
the board for the information. So
yes.
here,
For each three we conquered on this phase. So um, you can read it here on the board. And with this, we got all the assets, the war assets. They go to our discard pile here to be part of our deck on the next city phase. And now we solve the cubes here on the structures. Let's just first use these two resources here. We can't get weapons because it's on level 0 yet. So I believe we should get one resource. This we can use two cubes here to gain one gold.
it's written
Yeah,
right
it's
right
written
here.
down here in that bottom section. You'll see the 2 cubes and then colon the 1 gold.
So we got one gold here, and now we can. Oh, we should get a hero. Let's use this cube here to open. Oh, we needed two cubes here. We messed it up. Oh, so we can't get a hero here. No problem. We can do that on the next city phase. So we'll lose this cube because it was alone here. We could open armors, but they are level 0 yet, so there's no armor to open. We can't use it to draw heroes. We can't use it to gain gems. So we could use it to upgrade the city structure. Do you guys believe it would be good to just use
No,
too
not now. We we
much
want to get
resource?
weapons. It's too
Uh, we
much
we don't.
resource for now.
Yeah, we don't have 8 rubies here, 8 crystals. We just have one, two, three, four, as you can see up there. So we can't do this upgrade. So this cube here is lost. We messed it up. Okay, and then we have 5 cubes here. Let's open like one. This will open two weapons, 4 weapons. Let's open 6 weapons and use these last
Yes,
2 cubes to gain one wood. So it's two.
yes. Here is for each cube. Here on the information we can open two weapons or two ranged weapons, and Michael spent 2 cubes to get one wood.
All right.
So
So let's
let's see how.
So we get this deck of ranged weapons here. We shuffle it
and you'll notice that these
Yeah,
say
James,
and
level
we
and
1.
draw 6 cards.
James, there are many options available in the spending stage. For example, if you see this little power in the natural lab, you can see that if you spend 1 cube, you can change 3 loot cards. It's like transmuting a resource for another. Some cubes could have been spent to get more rubies and iron to pay for the upgrade of the tavern, but they wanted to, of course, to open items so they could immediately boost their heroes for the next quest.
Yep. It's a good point out there, Dan. All right, so here is the 6 range weapons that they got to unlock from using the cubes on the natural lab.
I believe this weapon would be good on Taran
All right, so
as
the
a healer.
celestial rod, you'll get the
So
+1 to your roll, and you have
2 rubies.
when you make
But
an
I
attack, you get a heal an ally for 8.
but what if I play Taran and I want a weapon to deal damage? I'm
You could,
a
but
healer, but I'm a healer that wants to deal some damage, for example. But no, let's heal you.
Staff of Wizardry is a
No,
very
no,
good item.
let me get some heal so
N-
I can
No,
heal you.
we need a second ranged weapon. So let's get Staff of Wizardry for
Okay.
All right.
2 wood
Yeah, you'll notice that cost there is at the bottom right, 2
and a
wood and 1 gold. And at the very bottom of the card, you'll see the 4 uh, combat roles that can use this weapon. So the healer, shooter, controller,
So we are paying 6 resource here. I will
commander.
put them on the loot deck.
All right, so we'll get those items there. For one thing to note too here about the level 0 items that was mentioned earlier was here's some examples of the level 0 items. So, for example, Taram here will start with the leather jacket, which gives him a shielded 5 when he gets hit there, or he can choose to use that when he gets hit, and then the short bow of plus 5 damage when he hits a target.
Well, if I'm gonna play Taran, I want to gain cubes. No, I wanna give cubes to allies. So I want Staff of Usage for me.
So here, this is the loot cards that we still have. We will keep them for the next city phase. With the expanded ones going back to the loot. We still have this other weapon here that we bought. Um, and now we can select get our heroes for the quest. This is the end of the city phase, and we get the items and our assets we gained, and we can equip them on the heroes.
Yeah, so what you just saw was, well, perhaps you sent a small troop to Skybell and you returned with resources, and maybe you spent some diplomacy to talk to weapon suppliers from other towns to come to the city and supply the natural lab with staffs and rods. Uh, and this converts into the opening of items and the resources that you obtained on expedition sent you get to spend on these items. And Hey Lang, for example, you sent a sergeant and a negotiator to talk to him and explain your cause and what you're doing for the war effort, and you convinced him to join and you get to see him and his power in the upcoming quest. So everything is integrated and has a purpose, a thematic purpose, and a game design purpose, which I think is really interesting.
James can show here. This is the Zafara, the controller Comrade card. As the city phase ended, we can also upgrade Comrade cards based on the level of our city structures. So since we are going to play with a Comrade here, we can upgrade her because her card requires natural lab on level 2. So we will Oh no, it's Tavern level 2. So Marcelo was wrong here. We can't upgrade her. So uh, we will not be able to do so. Then we will keep her on level 1.
All right. So now we'll be moving on to the next part of our campaign cycle here, which is the quest itself. So like I mentioned in today's video here, we will be doing the Mushrooms of Wrath quest. It is a week 1 quest, and you'll notice here at the top right, week 1, and the locations when we have the map will be at the bottom left there to show you where it is.
Yeah, swap the decks just asked on YouTube's chat. What happens to the items that are not purchased? They go to the shuffle again, and you need to find them in other city phases. You open new items, and you may get these cards again, or you may get new cards, new item cards.
Okay, now we will equip the heroes. and place war assets on them. We have two ranged weapons here. Taran choose his one. We would equip this other weapon on Zafara, but since she's a Comrade, she does not equip items. She uses upgraded attack cards, so we can't do nothing with this. We can do nothing with this weapon right now. But we will keep it on our stash of weapons, and if we ever need it, it will be ready to be used.
No, it's important for me because if I'm gonna play Taram, maybe on the next quest that I want to heal more instead of giving just cubes for people, and I have this option.
I think you're muted, Michael.
He still shows.
Yeah, it
Maybe
seems
he's
that
not on Steam. No, he still shows in the voice chat too.
that's weird. Is your microphone connected to your? Oh, oh, he's reconnected. Okay, he's going to reconnect soon, Michael. So we've just finished the city phase. We're now moving to the journey phase, where they will take their heroes. Now they have only 4 of them, so they will take these 4: Zafara, Taram, Jorana, and Gaknak, and they're going to choose one of the many possible side quests. And they have chosen Mushrooms of Wrath, quest 15 from week 1. They will now assemble their team. They will equip heroes with the items they have just acquired on the city phase, and they will be accompanied by the character assets that they have just conquered in this last city phase. Let's just wait for Michael to return. We still can't hear you, Michael.
Let me just talk about the asset. What does they do? What do they do? They are used to customize the hero. So as you see, they have a power of that will apply at the start of quest. For example, the voluntary recruiter. I'm gonna start with +1 cube. So okay, I have 1 mana cube to spend on my skill. There are others, for example, the challenger. You can start with more HP. The other, you can equip 2 weapons instead of 1. Maybe I can use this because I want to equip both weapons level 1 we got. So for me, it's
that's
very
good.
yes, for me it's very interesting. So now, as I upgraded just the weapon, not the armor, I will have a powerful weapon to. So I'm gonna, instead of have an armor and a weapon, I'm gonna play with 2 weapons, like 2 weapon, a cleric with 2 weapon fight. So, uh, so here when I used my asset, I can now ignore for the quest because I already applied its effects at the start of quest. It's not another thing to remember. It's just you just use to customize your hero. And there are assets, for example, later that you can change attacks for another rules and many other things very interesting for customization. But the main thing of the assets is, oh, okay, they help giving more cubes, but is to customize your hero.
Um, and we can then place this one that can increase HP or give a cube to the tank. I believe it would be good on Jorana. And we can choose either one of this for our route here. Start with 1 cube. And this one here will not be used because Comrades cannot equip war assets.
Yes, actually, the assets will only give cubes for the Comrades. So For example, 1 cube per week. So as she in this case it's the effect, but you cannot have other effects on Comrade. You just start with more mana cubes.
Alright, so we'll be getting started here pretty soon. So Taram here, he's got his some of his abilities that you guys probably know, or at least pretty similar to them. And then you'll see here he has some of these level 0 abilities. So level 0 abilities are essentially the earlier tutorial type cards that players will use to kind of get more accustomed to the game, slower over time here. So you have your original 2 primaries, and then you have 2 additional primaries, and those are the level 0 cards. And as you level up, they kind of get more abilities and stronger. So specifically, actually our healer can use 3 level 1s and 1 level 0 card. So Taram can get better cards here. And we got Gaknak here as our brute character. He has level 0 cards as well. And then you will notice he's got his primary abilities, Dragon Wings here, being able to move and ignoring the terrain. And he gains a toughen if he ignores the brutality. It's pretty cool there. Dragon Scales. Another enemy in 5U takes damage equal to their current defense stat. And his special abilities here, Dragon Breath, all enemies in a straight line. The attack does not incite reactions. 0 damage, each target hit takes 3 damage per squares away it is away from you. And Dragon Claws deal plus 6 damage if your passive is triggered. 18 damage on hit, and then a permanent, your passive deals plus 6 damage to its triggering target in addition to its original effects. Alright, moving here to Jorana. Jorana here. You'll notice too that the passives on hero cards are all unique, which is unlike Arena of the Contest, where, say, a tank character like Jorana and Sir Eric, they would normally have the same passive in Tanares Adventures when you play the campaign. You will have these special triggers that are individual to each character. So for her, she gets the shielded 4 condition, and an ally, if an ally is attacked, it charges 1 skill token, and you get to move 3.
One interesting fact is that since we upgraded the natural lab, Taran attack cards improved, so he can pick 1 more level 1 attack and drop 1 of his level 0 ones. So this is already a progression. Now Alex is selecting one of
Yes,
the
I'm
attacks.
selecting the new attacks.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep Taran's original attacks and replace this level 0 for new attacks.
Okay. Well, Alex.
Yeah, and just a small,
It's just 1.
small correction, James. The triggers are still the same for heroes that share the same combat role. It's the effects that are unique for each hero.
Okay.
Okay, now I have my attacks here.
So quick note here on questions. So one person was asking earlier if that this mod will be available at some point. I don't think we've really gotten to discuss that. Currently, it would be not really playable as we don't have the rule book integrated in here yet. So that might occur at some point later, but not right now. Which heroes are available at the beginning of the campaign? Do you want to answer that, Dan?
Yeah, sure. At the beginning of the campaign, you're requested to assemble a team, and at that point, all heroes in the game are available. Um, some heroes, especially from the special combat role, they are not available to be picked, like Talista, the Queen of Dragons, and the Emperor. He's not also up for grabs. And there is a small exception of Magenta. She may be unlocked during the campaign, but she's not available at the beginning. So many options are open for players to pick their favorite hero right from the beginning.
Awesome. Okay.
Yes, we always recommend to try to make a team very balanced. For example, if you made all the aggressive team, you may have trouble to regain HP. But of course, if you want to try, there is nothing that stops you from this.
Yeah, over here they have a very balanced team with Jorana and Taram providing the necessary protection for heroes. Zafara is also a hero that normally she can even revive a hero if you're not playing with her Comrade card. And Gaknak is like, of course, as a brute, he can, as you will see in the quest, deal enough damage to our poor villains.
All right. Do you want to start by reading the quest card, Dan?
Yeah, sure. They chose mushrooms of wrath. It is given by this is a mission given by Sarah. She is the tavern keeper of the town. She's a nice young fortune teller, and she says that if you neglect this quest, I'm getting some echo. I don't know if someone else's microphone is open near me, but if neglected, she says that our populace and army will starve, and I won't be able to properly help you. And the expected mission is to recover stolen supplies and escort an important wagon through a dangerous road. What she says is, I can foresee threads of events that begin in actions of my own, but only if they end in tragedy. Sometimes this strange power makes me see a bad ending in everything I do or don't do. It's maddening. Shortfall mushrooms help keep this in control, but the latest shipment is late. The wagon was also supposed to bring food for Warfuji and the Iron Hand soldiers. I fear it may have been attacked on the road. I sense that this trip will show you the devastating effects of the war on the needy and require you to make heartbreaking choices. And then the card sends you to section 1 of chapter 15, which is the number of the quest, section 1 of the journal.
It's another thing interesting is you have all quest cards. You have the what the giver say to you if you neglected the quest. So everything may have all quests that you neglected may have repercussions. So you're gonna think, well, which one? Okay, because I'm helping the Iron Hand soldiers to not starve, but I'm letting, for example, the enemy army to get undeads. That it could be other quests that I do. So we have to debate and thinking quite carefully which are the most important questions that we gonna choose and suffer or enjoy the repercussions of it.
Yes, in other words, more than the positive consequences of the quests you do, you need to decide which negative consequences you're going to risk if you don't choose it. But let's then go to the journal. It begins by saying it has a small previously section with information that I want to address while they play. If we have like a downtime, or perhaps if we
Yeah.
disconnect again, I can get into these informations from the previously. But basically, it says that Since the situation is related to an Iron Hand owned wagon, you go to see Sedura, the captain of the Iron Hand, but she's too busy to receive you and sends an envoy instead, who merely says, "Our captain trusts our troops and asked me to tell you that delays are common in times such as this. They will get here when they get here. In any case, you are free to teleport to Lone Peak and try to meet the Iron Hand wagon on the road if you want." "We have no option, but I'm confident we can turn things around," Sarah says to you. "Send me a pigeon with a report of what happened and how well you were doing, and I may be able to convince Sidura to intercept your wagon well before it gets to our Fuji. No promises, though." "Oh, by the way," Sarah says, "if you see any missing children along the way without their parents, bring them to the tavern, please, before you contact the Iron Hand." She tries to say this last part in an unconcerned tone, but she fails. And since you're doing this mission, you gain 1 point of esteem with Sarah, which is marked in the quest log. Uh, every time you get 5 points of esteem with a character, you unlock rewards in a certain locked secret part of the story in a specific day of the week. And now you have two options. You can spend time and effort to encourage Sarah in her part of the mission, or you can focus on preparing for the long journey ahead and depart immediately. What do you choose?
Yes,
Tough choice.
I think we could, if we spend time with Sarah, maybe we can gain her trust. But the minute we spend here is important if people are starving and maybe they are stealing the supply. So I don't know. What do you prefer?
More information or getting earlier and solving the issue?
Let's
Oh,
be. Let's have more information because we don't even know what is happening.
okay, let's do this. We are keep talking with Sarah.
Okay, when Sarah notices that what you're trying to do, she tries to seem touched by your willingness to help, but can't disguise her disappointment. "My resolve to request the Iron Hand's help is already high and does not depend on your encouragement," she says. Nevertheless, when you're about to leave the tavern, her eyes roll upward and she declares in an eerie voice, "The stars form a number. This number is 51. After crossing the bridge, any number above 50 will help you the most in your mission's last stop. More time spent on Sarah means less time tending to your items, but you gain 1 point of steam with Sarah, another one, and choose an item to begin the quest on cooldown."
Okay, so we ended up not getting as ready as we could. Oh, let me choose this armor from Gaknak here. I will make it. I will flip it and make it use it.
Sarah is a zero. Okay, just I don't know. See
Yeah,
this is
we
the
Yes,
reason.
Sarah this year, kind of, she's gaining fame right now with her fortune telling abilities, although she can only foresee tragedies, like I said. So, you hire the only stagecoach you find in town after teleporting south and ride in the back with the coachman's dog and his assistant. "This dog sure likes the wind," says the assistant, looking at the animal's low hanging tongue. "I wonder why it moves its head away when I talk close to it, though." "Maybe it's cause the air outside doesn't smell like decaying ass," the coachman guffaws, revealing several missing teeth. You see a cart going the other direction. It's full of kids, all singing happily. The adults in it are also singing, but you have the impression they stare at you seriously when your stagecoach crosses theirs. The light spirit with which the journey began quickly evaporates as you spot the first burned shacks and fields. When the dog yelps and hides behind your legs, the coachman decides it's time to leave you. "From here on, it's on you, I'm sorry," he shouts as the stagecoach rides away southwest bound. You find the bodies of Iron Hand soldiers a little way ahead. A huge dried out shrub concealed most of the wagon, but the Iron Hand presence kept people away for a while. But it wasn't long before their hunger outweighed their fear, and they ransacked the supplies. If your team's spycraft is 10 or more, you go to a different section. What is your team's total spycraft if you add up the spycraft of the 4 heroes?
So we look at,
It's only 8.
yep, we look at each hero here. Zafara is 4.
Okay, so the quick observation of the features of the ransacked wagon was not enough to show you any particular uh, distinguishable thing. So let's go to the other section, and it says, well, go to the quest guide and set up quest 15, Mushrooms of Wrath. So let's go to the quest guide and begin assembling the map. Actually, it's already assembled, but let's take a look at the quest guide.
All right.
So James,
Yep.
I cannot quite follow what you're showing over there at the screen.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, the quest guide, it begins with a short description of what you're about to do. Like it's here, escort a wagon of supplies through a dangerous road ravaged by hunger and criminality. And right ahead, you see the primary objective. You simply have to finish all events. And the XP token is never reduced to 0. We will learn right ahead what the XP token is. Okay, and the extra challenge is you have to save all peasants you find, and you can do it only by paying XP. So let's see what this XP is. Special rules. Special rules are rules that are different from the regular rules you read in the rule book, and they are in effect for the entirety of the quest. And the first one you see is the wagon, which is represented by the mission tile. And you can see that the XP token marks its HP. The max HP of the wagon is 70. That's how many supplies you can load on the wagon. And this is what you need to escort for Fuji to feed the Iron Hand troops and thus contribute with the war effort. The XP token represents how well supplied the wagon is. It begins on slot 40 of the HP track. Is the HP token already on slot 40? I think it is, right?
Let us check.
Let's check. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so the thing is, whenever a hero on the wagon is attacked, you reduce XP by 15 because the attack, of course, it makes the supplies, it breaks the barrels and smashes the food inside. So it's lost. And you can move the wagon throughout the battle grid. A hero on the wagon tile may spend its move action to move 6 the wagon. So repeating a hero inside the mission tile on top of the mission tile case can spend its entire move action to move 6 the wagon. And of course, you can double move. You can spend your prime action to have another move action and move the wagon a total of 12 squares. Heroes and villains on the wagon are moved with it. They are on top of the wagon. If the wagon moves, they move with it. It cannot move through off-wagon combatants or tiles, including board tiles. And here's a small rule reminder about double move, forced move, and reactions. Exhausting journey. So your trip was time consuming, and it was depressing to see how war has affected the poor. So you start the quest with your special attacks spent, unfortunately. But right underneath it, you have a way to recover this special attack spent because you have the peasants, farmer, lady, and prisoner figures. You're torn between duty and altruism as you find famished villages and peasants on the road. Sharing your own strength and supplies with the needy puts the mission at greater risk of failure, but your altruism will recover some of the spirit lost in your exhausting journey. So you can pay 2 mana cubes, which represent your spirit, or pay 10 XP, which represent the wagon supplies, to save the peasant you find. You remove it from the grid, and if you save the peasant with XP, the interacting hero regains one of its spent special attacks. And finally, you have misery, which is a special rule that happens at the end of the round. The famished have no choice but to attack you, and if you leave the wagon unattended, they attack it as well. So, one hero at the end of the round will take 6 damage per peasant on the grid. In other words, per peasant you haven't saved. And if there are no heroes on the wagon, or that is, no heroes attending to the wagon, if you leave it alone, the XP is reduced by 15, representing supplies that are ransacked. So, and you have a small observation about elements of the scenario, such as this chest. If you interact with the chest, you heal 20. The hero who opens it heals 20. And then all heroes on the grid with 20 HP or less heal 10. So the initial placement is already here on the board. Heroes begin the quest on the portal tile, and now each of you, after reading and after getting to know the special rules of the quest, each of you can reassign 2 skill tokens if you think that some of them are more adequate than others right now. Um, you also can see goblins on the road and orcs, which are already on the board. And when you are done, let me know if when you are done reassigning the 2 skill tokens, because there is a small section of the journal for us to read before the quest actually begins and the first turn is taken.
I'm good.
Is anyone reassigning their skill tokens?
No, everything's done.
All right, so the section of the journal is really quick. It asks you to check if you have some facts marked on the fact log, but you do not have these facts. So nothing different is applied. There's no other consequence or different thing about the quest, and you can now take your first turn. The quest begins now.
Just like to remember that there is a special rule here for the barrels, the stolen supplies. I believe you forgot to explain them. The barrels on the grid, we can interact with them to move to the barrels. They are barrels of supply that we need to get on the wagon.
Oh yes, of course. I'm sorry that it is in the initial placement. You have another trait of the quest, another feature of the quest, which is the stolen supplies. You need to reload the wagon with the supplies taken from it before you arrived, as described in the journal before you began. So a hero adjacent to the barrel and 1 square away from the barrel, it can interact with it. Interaction is simply spending 1 of your movement points to move the barrel 2 squares. This can be done multiple times per turn. And if the barrel ends its movement on the wagon, on the mission tile, you remove the barrel from the grid and increase XP by 15. Again, the maximum is 70 points. And you have a section of the journal to read at the end of the round when all villains have been killed and all 3 barrels have been removed from the board. Now, sorry, now you can take, please, the first turn and begin the quests.
All right. You guys start thinking about who will go first here. We have the minions here that we will be battling here. We have the goblin, the violent goblin, the goblin guardian, and the noxious orc. Okay, so who wants to start first?
Let
Well,
me
as
do
I
this.
yes, as I'm the healer, I wanted to actually only when people already take damage.
Let me do this because I'm a brute, and if I attack an enemy without enemies adjacent to it, I will trigger my passive power. So it's good that I start. Um, I will be playing with Gaknak here, and I will also play as a Comrade as Zafara. So I will start with Gaknak. Let's see. Uh, I will go here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I will attack.
Up here at the top
perfect
right.
blow against it. This is attack card here.
So, James, as you can see from the discussion they just had, turn order is quite free. You can choose in each round what hero will be first. In this round, it will be Gaknak.
It's a hit because I rolled 11 plus 3 from my benefit. Uh, Goblin defense is 5, so I do the damage. It's 11 points of damage on the head goblin. It has 35 HP. It goes for 24 HP. But I also apply my passive power. I can pay 3 HP. This is the Gaknak exclusive passive power. 1, 2, 3 HP. And I can move 3 and make a basic attack. I will. No, I will stay. No, I will move over. No, I will. I don't know. Should I get on the cart or should I stay here? 1, 2, 3. I will get on the cart. I will get here, and I will attack the same goblin.
We're just
Oh,
saying,
one.
A 1 at a miss, but I hit that attack. It's okay. My turn is finished. As I finish my turn, I pick a cube here. They will not be so big, but so we can see them better here on tabletop with a big black cube. This marks is a fatigue cube. I'm now fatigued. My turn is done.
Yes, it's used to know who already acted during the round. So it's just for the convenience to know quickly who already acted.
So this goblin here will retaliate because the first time a hero attack an enemy, the first enemy not fatigued that was attacked is the one to retaliate. It will take its turn before any of us can do so. This is
Just
a red.
just explain a little bit the retaliation. It's important. It's a very different rule from Arena the contest, please.
Uh, the idea here is, like I said, that as it was the first enemy to be attacked, it will retaliate. It will take its turn now. They will be able to understand it better
Yeah.
as the
Well,
rounds keep going, I believe.
and a lot of
Um,
these items were also covered in our earlier videos. So if you're still kind of stuck on some of those things, you'll be able to review that after
yes,
as well. And you'll see plenty of it here as we're getting started.
yes, and as people get, if there is anyone that has any questions, you can ask, and we can stop and answer if
Yeah.
anything gets confusing. So this red goblin here, because of its color being red, it means that its favorite target is the one with the hero with most HP. It's on its corner of its card, and it's based on its color too. So there's 2 ways for you to check this. And the one with most HP for us is Jorana, as she has 75 points of HP because of her asset that increased her starting HP by 5. So he will try to see if he can reach her. So his movement point is 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, he can reach her, so he will do so. Even if this will cause him to take a retaliation, like here. And different from Arena, retaliation
It's
does
not a
not
retaliation, a
require.
reaction. Just a reaction.
Your your volume cut off there, Michael. But yeah, he's
Yeah,
taking eight points of damage from Gaknak's reaction attack there. Like I mentioned at the beginning of this stream, now the basic attack and reaction attacks do match like they did before. So that was a minor
So it
change from
moves over
earlier.
here to attack Jorana.
Okay.
And will do his attack.
Now he's attacking, and he got a 4.
Oh, he got a 4, so he missed it.
Ha! He missed.
It's 8. Its miss is 8 residual damage.
So a lot of the villains here have obviously higher residual damage than the heroes do. There is the design of it to not punish the villains as much when they miss.
Yes, but there is one interesting thing on villains. is that you can even at distance you don't need to pick up its cards because you can see the damage it deals and the icon of the effect. You can just read them, but for example, the goblin it could pull another hero as all pool you see the number whenever this icon is here it's pool 3 for example. It could be pool 4 pool 5, so you can see by distance, and so it will speed up your play in your playing, so you don't need to pick up the villain cards whenever it hits you. So you already can see the damage it deals, the effect by the icon or the token it applies. So at the first match and first quest, you can pick up the card and see what it is, all the icons. But as you start playing, you're gonna speed up your gameplay.
Yes, and let's go
All
this.
right.
Então, so the goblin did his turn. He missed Jorana, and he didn't apply his effect or his passive power, as now monsters also have passive power, but he didn't apply because he missed it. And now it's our turn. We can do.
So now, yeah, it could be the Jorana.
Michael just asked who wants to play now. I think that his audio, his mic cut off at the last second. Uh, Either Jorana Nix or Zafara can play. Gaknak is already fatigued, as you can see in the marker on top of this his hero card. So, Michael, do you want to go next with Zafara since you're
Yes, I
controlling her
can.
Yeah, let's
Comrade
do
card?
that.
Yes, I will play with Safari. I can focus because this guy is close to me, but I can try to get that orc that was away, or I can focus on this goblin.
So, James, as you can see, actions from Comrade cards, they are much simpler. There's only one primary attack card, but still Michael has to think about his positioning for future rounds. So there are still some manageable level of decisions making.
Yeah.
Yes, and
Yes,
it's not just the, and you have two options on each coverage attack, so you can choose the better effect for each situation.
I will move here so Zafara can apply her passive power that is hitting an enemy in front of her. This is a small change from the trigger of Arena for controllers. So I will choose you to gain +1 to attack roll, and I will attack this orc orange there. I got a 13 +1 14. It's a hit. So I will deal. I can choose now to deal the extra damage and give a cube to an ally, or move the target and deal damage to another enemy. Um, no, I will give a cube to my ally. I will deal 11 points of damage and give one cube to um, Gaknak because I'm selfish.
That's the
Yes,
spirit.
just because it's your your hero.
Exactly because of that.
So while the next person is getting ready to go here, I'll answer some questions that kind of came up real quick. One person asked if the you could play without the city phase for Tanares Adventures.
In fact, the city phase is integral part of the campaign for Tanaris. There is two other campaigns that the app campaign and in the Helm of Madness that doesn't have them. So yes, there is campaigns you can do without playing it, but for Tanaris campaign, the city phase is integral part of it because it's tied to the story. There is facts and things that you do on it that is very important as the assets and everything else. So it would not be the same experience, and uh, even the progression requires it. So in the
Yes,
end.
you can of course put all your ability points on the structures and get gold and sit very fast. But I think it's the city phase. It's very fast to resolve. So you need to, of course, if you want to be really fast and put all your hoops on the structures and get money, get gold or resources, it's okay. But I think you should take a look at the what the city phase is because it gives you a sense of progression of your city. So
Yeah,
it's
the city
interesting.
phase. Yeah, the city phase is basically the level up system of the epic campaign. Of course, if you want to just play
Of the
quests, you
regular
can
campaign.
play. Yeah, you can just play, of course, if you want to just play quests and not worry about progression of characters, you can play with what we call one-shot adventures, in which you simply take the quest guide and you pick a quest and you play any quest in the book. But that is not tied to what we call the epic campaign, which is characterized by the progression of characters and the development of the story.
Okay, now the orc will attack.
York already did that. I rolled it for him. I rolled it at 2, so he missed. He attacked Zafara because he had no other target close to him. His movement is 5. He couldn't reach any other character, so he attacked Zafara.
You hear me? Sorry,
Yeah.
I think it's connected. I use my one of my skills. I will spend a cube and we use one of my skill tree. I wanna run and get the target of the orc.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's be the tank, no?
This was the taunt ability, I believe.
Yes.
So instead of me taking that residual damage, it would be.
As you can see, the tank is already rushing ahead, getting close to that shack over there, that hut by the road, and you're a peasant lady, and the barrel. I don't know if that's noticeable, James, but there are some barricades, some wooden barricades, making two lines over there. This represents the road that the heroes are uh, traveling through, and
I believe these are the
uh,
ones that come in the scenario pack. Is that correct? Or
no,
is that
these
in
tiles they
Tanares
come
Adventures?
in Tanares Adventures.
Okay.
The miniatures, the actual 3D miniatures,
Yeah.
that represent actual barricades that the heroes can't go through. They come in the scenario pack.
So can you guys just continue playing? We had another question just tuning in. Just noticed that the male Dragon Blade has the same attacks as the female Dragon Blade. Do both male and female version of the RPG heroes have the same attacks?
They are not exactly the same. They are similar as they are the same class, but their roles are different, and they have some difference between them to make their strategy and gameplay both on PvP and PvE different. But their design was purposely made to be similar because the idea is that they are the same class. They are just a subclass, like the Gaknak is a Red Dragon subclass from the RPG, while Sedura is the White Dragon subclass, the Blue Dragon subclass. So that's the difference. So different from other heroes that are completely different classes, like Taran is a cleric and Talia a druid. For these characters, we purposely wanted them to feel somewhat similar while playing very differently.
Yep. So very similar, but still different characters. Okay. I believe.
And the attacks are not the same. There is one attack that is the same, but the others are not. So just to keep some similarities, but the effects and it's different. I'm gonna play with Tarana
All
to
right.
heal some. As the villains missed the attack, I don't. I just have to heal Jorana if I hit my attack. So I'm gonna use my Sacred Flame and attack the goblin, the green goblin. So let me roll. Okay, a 16. I came near from the other heroes to apply my passive power. So I'm gonna deal 6 damage to the goblin. So it's for 34. I'm gonna heal H Jorana and heal again 5 because of my passive power. And I'm gonna activate my item. So I'm gonna activate my Staff of Wizardry and give 2 mana cubes to ally. Michael is not. He only took for himself the cubes from Zafara, so I'm gonna give to Jorana.
All right. Awesome.
So I think that's nice that they're putting the attack cards that they're playing on the middle of the board, so you can zoom in on them, James, and they can get to do their things while we chat, and people will still grasp what they're doing. If someone has any questions about the rules of the game and what is going on because someone just did something that you don't understand, just please send us a message. And we'll try to answer as quickly as possible. And while we talk, James, I think that they can get to playing. You guys don't need to stop while we're
Yep.
speaking.
Definitely.
You
yeah.
can just move
So,
on.
Jorana, the last person to go.
Who attacked? Who you attacked, Alex?
I
The
believe now
Green
it's the
Goblin.
Green
Oh, he attacked
Goblin.
the green
So
one.
he
So it,
will
Okay.
retaliate.
And I believe he had problem here with his retaliation. He will attack the Gaknak. He uses the cards, right?
oh yes, true. We need to.
Well, I will use the 2 cubes. I already won, and I will use my skill again to be the target and he don't attack the card.
Okay, so he will run 5.
Oh, he's using the taunt skill again, and because of that, it costs him 1 additional mana cube. So instead of the normal 1, now he had to spend 2 for that.
And this goblin triggered his passive power because he moved less than 3 squares and didn't sidestep.
Okay.
So Jorana is taking 14 points of damage.
All right. So Jorana takes some damage here. And the villain with the highest hit points is empowered 3. The highest hit points would be the orange, I believe. Okay.
Yes, we can put on the card or on the board. If it was a physical board, we put on the board to next to the miniature. But it's not good to see, so I think it's better for the tabletop simulator to put on the cards.
Uh-huh.
The tokens are pretty okay here on the board. I believe they will be
Well, okay.
great here.
All right. And then, yeah, Jorana.
Just retaliated, so we only have Jorana that can play.
So while he's figuring that out, I just want to quickly point out that you'll notice a couple of the extra cards here that were used are flipped. That's part of the normal card cycling that occurs. Obviously, that won't happen for Comrade cards as they only have 1 card, but that is, they essentially will be having less abilities to use until they use all of their cards, and then they will unflip, and when they do that, they can recover one of their spent items.
Well, in my turn, I will move and attack the red goblin.
Okay.
I use the power taunting. I attack him. See?
All right.
And
If you could help,
well, I
please
have a
put.
+3 to I hitted him, and I take he takes 9 damage.
If you could help, please put the cards that you're using on top of the board, near the figures on the board, and they can go to the discard pile right afterward.
And as an effect, I can pull another violin. So I will pull the green goblin. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, better. And that.
All right. So all of the heroes are now fatigued, and all the villains are fatigued. And now we would move to the next round, with everyone being unfatigued again. I believe there is an end of round effect, though.
Yes, the misery end of round effect. The famished have no choice but to attack you, and if left unattended, the wagon. One hero takes 6 damage per peasant on the grid, so you need to choose which hero will take 6 damage per peasant on the grid. How many there are? I see a lady here, prisoner, farmer. Yeah, you didn't save any peasants in this first round, right?
Nope, not
But
yet.
there is a hero on the wagon. The Gaknak, it was the first thing he did was to secure the wagon, so they will not reduce the number of supplies in it. It remains on 40 XP.
Okay, so someone will just take damage. Is that correct?
Yes, Michael had to leave for a second. I believe that I don't know if they're waiting for his opinion on who should take the damage. Michael, it usually, as I usually see, they choose the hero of most HP to lose this.
It's not always that, but most often it's the better strategy.
Yeah, sometimes that's the good idea. All right. So that is that, and then we'll be so reset for the next round. While you guys are doing that, so every hero has a unique passive in Tanares Adventures campaign, but the PvP passives are per class, like in Arena. Is that right? Yes, I believe that is still the same case.
Yeah, hero cards are used on PvE, the cooperative campaign, and hero pads with combat role based passive powers are used on PvP. And the main design reason for this is that you should be able to, after a few play sessions, you should be able, just by looking at the color of the miniature in front of you, we will be able to know not only what you do, but what your allies and what your enemies on the board on PvP can do with their passives. While on PvE, it's nice to have more combos, team building synergies, strategies, and possibilities on the board with all the different effects that different heroes can do. There are 60 different heroes. If you count all the expansions and boxes, so that there are many different effects, and this gives a unique flavor to each hero.
A lot of playability too, because you have so many, different hero options to do, and you can play through multiple times, either in the campaign, and as well as you can also switch out heroes between the different quests, so that way you can try some other heroes. So there's definitely a lot of options.
I'm gonna try something different here from here. Now I'm gonna use this attack.
So
I was
the
in the middle.
yeah, the Dragon Blade already
Sorry.
went.
Okay, let's do it then.
So I just finished my attack and do the retaliation because I attacked the Green Goblin here. He would retaliate, but at the start of his turn, I will use a skill here, 3 damage, not to this guy, but to this other guy that I reduced to 2 HP with the effect of my other attack. So
You killed
yes,
the monster before she retaliates.
no. It's the other monster. So I killed the other, but then everyone gains a mana cube because we killed an enemy.
Woohoo, Mana Cube!
Mana cubes are always fun. And okay, this died. Then Green Goblin will attack. This attack is a hero of most cubes in this current setup. It's either Zafara, Taran, or me. The closest one, so it's Gak.
So, James, one thing that perhaps has gone unnoticed is the quest powers of the character access that had been acquired during the city phase. You can see them over here next to the skill trees. And in this first week, the powers are a bit more basic. Jorana, Gaknak, and Taran began the quest with already 1 mana cube in their skill trees. And there's quite an interesting power that I would like to draw your attention to, which is the Conorion, the Dragon Blade, uh, that allows you to equip
I can
2
actually click on one
weapons.
skill token by my passive power and can.
So this Dragon Blade allows its company to equip 2 weapons instead of a weapon and an armor, and they immediately took advantage with that by upgrading the Natural Lab and putting a lot of cubes in there. And so Taran has now, if you can see over here, the Celestial Rod and 1 weapon which is already on cooldown. These are 2 weapons that Taran is wielding.
And interesting thing to note too is even though he's used one of his weapons, he still gets a passive +1 to his roll, even though he has already used one.
Are you going to save that farmer, Carlos?
You use one of my cubes and one of Safari cubes.
We can't hear you, Carlos.
Oh, use cubes instead of XP?
Yeah, sounds like he used one of his cubes.
Yeah, Michael is warning him about this because the extra challenge requires peasants to be saved only by paying XP. So um, that would basically forfeit the possibility of beating the extra challenge.
Oh, let's do the extra challenge. Let's suffer a bit.
All right. Well, if anyone's been following my series here while I've been down here in Brazil, you've probably seen
Hurricane special.
some of my quest show pictures, and Carlos here is one of the play testers that we've gotten to enjoy some quests, beating all the hard modes, which is quite a task.
Yeah, so Michael got really worried that because he wants to do the extra challenge. Basically, James, what the extra challenge does, it gives you more XP at the end, more loot cards at the end of the quest, if you beat its primary objective. And all quests, when you beat their extra challenge, you have a special section in the fact log, which you mark for each extra challenge you beat. And these are basically story facts that may change what happens in the story or in later quests in future weeks. For example, in this quest, you will save all peasants. So perhaps one of the peasants you save, they are going to appear in the future to help you somehow. Uh, or perhaps since you've paid only XP and XP represents the supplies on the wagon, maybe that will bring some consequence with the Iron Hand, who's expecting this wagon to return to the city full of their supplies. So you don't really know what the consequence of doing the extra challenge is, but it does grant you an extra. It does grant you a story effect. It gives you more loot at the end of the quest if you beat the primary objective. Um, and there's a little small something that you need to track how many extra challenges have you accomplished, and you may unlock a special little something surprising later on in the campaign when you've beaten. I don't remember quite the number right now, but I think it's perhaps 15 extra challenges or 20. I don't remember right now, but this is the number you need to try to beat. The extra challenges are really difficult proposal. It requires you to play in a certain fashion right from the get go. For example, here he wouldn't be able to pay cubes to save the peasant. So it's really a decision that you need to take from the get go. And perhaps you need to abandon this extra challenge altogether if you find that you're not doing that well in the quest. So it's like if you've played Arena, it's kind of like a secondary objective, but it's not something that you decide to do in the middle of the quest if you're going well. It's something that you decide to do from the beginning, and you have to uh, abandon it if you think you're going badly, actually, just so you can save your primary objective and not fail everything.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna make an attack, as I have already level 1 attack, that we can allow us to combo. So this attack, I will apply on an ally, and whenever it regains HP, the another ally will regain 4 HP. So I'm gonna apply this attack on Gaknak. And now we're gonna try to heal him as much as possible because we're gonna benefit until the effect expires as temporary on my next turn. We can try to heal him as many times as possible to benefit from this effect. I attacked the orange goblin and applied my passive power, so I'm gonna was gonna to heal.
The orange orc there.
Okay. Now it's the goblin turn. I'm going. He will attack the hero with less HP, as we can see. The goblin, sorry, the orc's
Yeah,
turn.
it's the orc. Yeah.
The orc turn. So he will try. He cannot get to Gaknak.
Yeah, he attacks the one with least HP.
Oh god. No, Jorana. No, it's Jorana.
Jorana.
So
And please, guys, if I extend myself in the commentary, please don't hold yourselves back. You can just resume playing while I speak out of control. One thing, James, here that I'm seeing that is important, you can see 2 condition tokens next to the orange orc, which means that conditions stack.
Mm-hmm.
You just add them up, and so you can make your heroes really powerful, your villains, your enemies really weak.
Which is definitely a big change from Arena, where basically you could only get one stack previously, but now you can get multiple stacks. And I'm not sure if it's for all of some of the new conditions, but I've seen when we were playing some quests earlier that they will exist even through like the multiple rounds, which I believe this is with this case as well. Um, Let me double check.
Yeah, condition tokens they last forever until they are used. I
Yeah.
mean, so
Because otherwise
in
it would fall
arena,
off really quickly here, and he'd never really get to use that empowered benefit.
yes, the technical wording we use is ends only if used. So it will not end, but as soon as it's considered in the fight, you remove the condition token. So it's pretty easy to track. And it's true, this is for condition tokens only, because when an attack by a hero applies a lasting effect on a combatant, you need to put this card on top of the affected combatant's card. And at the beginning, if it's a temporary effect, you put it on the discard pile at the beginning of the applier of the effect's next turn. And if it's a permanent effect, it is it may be applied for longer, um, but you retrieve it at the end of a cycle.
Well, let me try to. Now I can exploit my combo, and even Zafara can exploit as she can heal. So on the turn of the orc, I have a skill that I can play on the enemy's turn. The skill's on red. So I'm gonna use penitence. I pay 5 HP. So I'm gonna deal 4 damage to the green goblin and heal for Gaknak. But when I heal for Gaknak, I activated the Exalted Soul. So another hero will heal for. And it's gonna be me. So I'm 59. Okay.
Still have Zafara to play.
Yeah. I use it 1 mana cube.
I use her benefit to move 2 here, avoiding reaction, but I will lose the +1 bonus to read attack roll. I will attack the orange orc.
So, Dan,
That
should
hits.
we mention about kind of like how mana cubes with Comrades work and how it's a little bit different? They kind of form a pool that can be used by other characters since they don't have full skill trees to use like normal heroes.
Yeah, sure. They don't have skill trees, but they can spend cubes. It's important to mention that comrades themselves can spend cubes. You can see here in Zafara's comrade card, if she spends 1 cube, an enemy takes 3 damage, and you increase this amount of damage up to 16 damage if you spend a total of 4 cubes. But since comrades, they are like companions of the main hero, which you get to develop and level up and fully control as you play the campaign. For example, if you're playing solo, perhaps only Gaknak would have a full hand of attack cards and a skill tree, and all the others would be his comrades. You can use comrade earned cubes to spend to pay the cost of skills and powers in your skill tree. Um,
Yeah,
that's basically how it.
So even though
Or,
they have a little bit more limited ability than like a normal hero, they still provide a lot of useful benefits to be able to, you know, use their cubes when needed, or if they need to use cubes, that can still be done. So just because there's a little different than the others, they're still very beneficial, and we've done some testing here, and we had a Comrade healer in our case, and it was very beneficial combination there, being able to pump out a lot of healing here. Now controller will do just a lot of extra damage there.
yeah, I'd say that the depth and the strategic richness of the combat remains the same with the comrades. You just reduce the complexity of having to handle more than one skill tree, and you also you get to focus on leveling your favorite hero up, without having to worry with these comrades that follow you on quests. So you can really have like a true solo experience while playing with team combos and teamwork.
So real quick here, Michael did his savage weapon attack. Unfortunately, he missed that, and when you miss, you gain a mana cube. He then pretty promptly spent a Bone Crush ability here before the villain right when the villain was going to retaliate. and making him weakened 8. So that significantly reduces the amount of damage that the villain can do.
Yeah, and one thing that I think that is really interesting is that heroes they strengthen their resolve when they miss their attacks, and they get on fire, so to say, when a villain is killed. So these are the causes of gaining a mana cube, of
Mm.
lifting your spirits up. So anytime you kill a villain or when you miss an attack and apply residual damage, you also gain a cube. And
As many people here know, missing an attack is always a painful experience. So at least you get that sweet, sweet mana cube to tide you over. All right, so
And not only the mana cube, but the residual damage applies too. So
yeah, of
it's
course.
not that bad to miss an attack.
and in homage to Brianna, who I know is following the stream, I'd say that you don't also gain a mana cube. You gain a mana cube also.
All right, so the
Mr. Jorana.
that was the a yellow orc there going, or orange orc. I'm sorry.
The orange orc attacked Mr. Jorana after attacked him with Zafara, but I also missed, so it was a double miss. I tried to get this barrel. I tried to move in the cart with Gaknak on my turn with him, and now I am trying to get this barrel here inside the cart because we need these extra supplies to because our supplies are really low. Look at our
Yeah, it is getting pr- pretty low there with only 10 XP.
so we need to get this barrel inside this cart.
I want
So James, one thing that I'm seeing here in the HP track is that their XP token is really low. It's already on the red, bloody side of the HP track. They only have 10, so the wagon is almost empty. However, they have already saved two peasants, the lady and the farmer that were on the outside of the road over there, and they have already supplied the wagon with a barrel, I think.
Yep, I just got a barrel
So
there, so
the
we gotta
XP,
raise it up to
yes,
25 now. Looks like somebody did get a hit here.
yeah, it got dangerously low, but they are now recovering it.
Gotta pick up those yummy mushrooms, huh?
That's the idea.
And while all heroes, I think, are in a good situation health wise, the lowest HP is found on Gaknak, as usual, or our brutes. And you can see that he gave himself many cubes. So he's not only the hero with most cubes in his pool, but he already has two skill tokens charged.
I'm gonna use my skill as the villain has 2 hit points and deal 2 damage to each, so I can kill on my ally's turn. So I spend 1 mana cube and use my atonement. So deal 2 damage to a villain and spell 2 if they have some tokens, but they don't have it. But I use it and then I flip my okay. Everyone gains a cube because the
Yay.
villain died. It's very dangerous to have cubes.
All right.
So now Taran is always as close to his total charge power as Gaknak. When you use the four different skills to which you have assigned your skill tokens, they all get unflipped. And
And you get
this total charge gives a special powerful power that is found on the left side of the skill tree. In the case of Gaknak, a villain will take 9 damage when he uses his 4th skill. And in the case of Taram, the healer, he'll get to heal 9 HP of an ally.
Yep. So really, that's a good way. You getting those skill token flips is a very powerful way to get out strong heals or damage with the skill tokens.
I need you guys to get out of the way of the cart here. So, as we need to get this closer to the barrels, let's go there, get the barrels, and save the last prisoner. Now that the enemies are there. It's the start of a new round, you know? So, it's our turn.
Okay, I will move first.
It's now event 1 ending, James.
All right.
Jorana is just now entering the poor villagers' little house by the road, by the side of the road, and
Taking his barrels, huh?
now I found your stash.
Yeah.
Your stolen stash.
You were hiding it.
Well, it makes sense. The wagon was found just outside of the house where the barrels were. So he didn't even make a point of hiding
No.
the hiding either the barrel or the wagon.
Tanares is a tough world.
So as you can see, Gaknak
Wheel-
is on top of the
wheeling that cart.
wagon, so the wagon is back on the road, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
The wagon was found tumbled down by the side of the road behind a dried out shrub, but now Gaknak has brought it back full speed
Now it looks like Zafar
in the
is
middle of the
helping him.
road. Yeah.
All right, so we're closing in here on the end of event 1. We'll be moving on to event 2 here. While they're kind of finishing that up, do you think anything else we'd miss? You want to just jump right to the journal part?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that one thing that maybe people would want to know is more context about why they're doing this in this quest,
Sure.
since we've skipped the previously part and all the setting details of the campaign itself.
Yeah.
But I think that we can do that in the middle of event 2.
Okay.
Perhaps since we're already almost at the end. So
All right.
right after our commercials, we'll get back with all the story and the setting details of this epic campaign. Just let us know, Michael. It seems that all barrels were removed from the grid, right? And all
Yes, we
villains
did
are
it.
dead.
Yep. We're ready.
So, as the campaign guide instructs, when you reach the end of the round, if all villains are dead and all 3 barrels were removed, read the journal in the section that it's mentioned there. So, let's go.
And the number?
Okay, so
Can you-
immediately.
Can you give
Sorry?
us the number in the journal?
Oh, I'm checking my own. Let me see what the file says. What can I can oh I'm with the
Is it?
15.4.
15.4. Okay,
All right.
so immediately you have already two branches, right? If there's a peasant still on the grid not saved, but that's not the case, right? You've saved all peasants,
Yes, we did.
so you go to another section, a
We're
different
going to
section.
10.
It's not enough. It can't be enough. The woman didn't have the strength to ask for your help, but you give it anyway. With trembling hands, she grabs the ration that could barely feed a single Iron Hand soldier as if it were the most precious thing that she's ever seen. She moves her lips to say thank you, but only a dry, rasping noise comes out. You expected her to eat the whole thing in a single gulp, but she takes it inside. A couple of squalid kids, so thin and malnourished that you didn't notice them, are waiting inside the empty, ransacked house. It's clear that you won't receive even long term compensation for the gesture. That's not a fact that will change your story, much less history. Yet you feel stronger, as if an invisible force has paid you back in something that money cannot buy. As you proceed farther north, it's clear that the Iron Hand confiscation team was not the only group that recently took this otherwise forsaken road. The Iron Hand left us with enough to survive. Then the bandits came to take it, is a common complaint from people in these parts. And then the Iron Hand came again, more violent, to strip us of whatever we might have left. You have a feeling, Sedura, the captain did not authorize the second Iron Hand visit. It didn't help that the lands were replanted to harvest cotton instead of food. More money in the boss's pockets. He supplied the garner with food bought elsewhere and profited even further by selling it at a premium to us workers. Since we're so far away from everything else, everywhere else, we had to buy back the food with what we earned from picking the cotton. No point going there. No longer any food in the storage. The locals point to the place where bandits were last seen. Determined to get back whatever you can from them, you go there, but instead find the place abandoned, except for an injured orc.
Please!
He begs.
My companions left me behind. Bad leg.
He shows you a nasty injury.
But I can still help. You good people. Take me with you. Don't leave me here too.
Option A. This is a southern orc, notoriously untrustworthy. It's not clear what help he may give. If you had found him with his companions, you'd likely have fought and killed him. This could be a trap. Regardless, you don't have enough resources to help everyone, so it's best you save for whatever lies ahead. Refuse to help. Option B. It's a difficult decision, but the orc could be of some use, if only to tell you about his former companions. Moreover, he's a living being, and you're not about to be his death sentence. Reduce the XP token by 20 and agree to help him. So, do you refuse to help, or do you reduce the XP token by 20 and agree to help him?
Difficult choice. Orcs are not trustworthy, but we are good
Yes.
guys here.
I'm not so good, so. Okay, I'm the cleric, yeah. Okay. Let's go.
He's a helpful guy.
Yeah.
All right,
I
so
see.
option
But-
B then.
Yeah, of course, if Jorana, a cleric of Tamera, and a fallen angel, which is fallen, but it's still an angel.
But she got back up. She's okay.
Obviously, yeah, you help the poor orc. Let's see what happens. The orc gets up, ignoring his leg wound, and pledges his orcish loyalty. That is in green. It's story fact number 15.1. So you can mark that on the fact log. It will have a long-term consequence to your story. So the orc ignores his leg wound and pledges his orcish loyalty to his saviors, you. And then a distant voice shouts,
Hey guys! Turn around! I found what looks like a loaded wagon near where we set camp. Bring the hostages along.
Event 1 begins. Go to the next section. And there's one little small detail here, which is since you've helped the orc. Event 1 will consider that this orc is actually an ally and not an enemy. So in event 1, you must, I think that I know that you are, I can see on the board there, you are already assembling the board. Thank you. So you remove the portal tile, the room tile, it's already done, and all tiles and figures on them. All of this was already done. So we reposition the wagon according to the map, then place heroes on it. This was already done as well. Place event 1 room tile, it's done according to the map. So James, you can see that this represents a following section of the road. They went further north along the road, and then they found a camp by the side of the road in another point of the the travel. So the enemies are already placed, right, Michael? Can you confirm this for me?
Yes.
So let's just see what happens with the orcish loyalty. If your team token was flipped to red, it was. The red orc is your ally instead of a villain. Remove its token from the HP track and apply the following combat rules. So how the orc will behave here is right under these, below this image of fire, a campfire, which is considered lava. So the orc is not a combatant. It cannot take turns or be targeted by attacks or effects. At the end of the round, the orc runs to its closest villain and deals 10 damage to it. And if all villains are dead at the end of the round, you remove it from the board as you continue your journey. Please take the first turn of event 1, sorry.
All right.
Okay, let's see. We have an orc friend here. See, pay off to be a good guy.
Every once in a while.
Not always.
Not
but
always.
Let me see. I will believe I will act Gaknak here. Oh, we need to save this prisoner, 2 prisoners here, and kill these 2 sentinels and a goblin. And there is the barrel. And
So these guys are traumatized by Lava Citadel from Arena, and they. I remember one of them mentioning that they would never ever help an orc in their lives after that, but they can see they changed their mind. They softened up after seeing the.
Well, you know, it's been a little time since Lava Citadel, right? About how long would you say the time difference would be from Arena of the Contest to Tanares Adventures?
Well, in Earth time it's years, but in Tanarian time it's just a few months, right? Right after the events of Arena the Contest, I won't spoil too much of the story of Arena for those who don't know it yet. But basically, there was this eternal storm, right, that prevented navigation far from the western coast, and the events from Arena the Contest ended this eternal storm, and with it came an unknown civilization from a distant continent. So, for those who don't know, the history and setting of Tanares is basically this. Like you have this Moroccan curse, right? A massive bloodshed will be punished with natural catastrophe. This has been the rule of the land for many centuries. Um, and and this eternal storm was consequence of this eternal storm, right? So with the end of this eternal storm, Fisherman's Wharf, which is a city by what's happening to the camp? Is this a Moroccan curse happening
I know,
on the
right?
board?
I think it's happening right now.
Come on, there wasn't so much bloodshed like that. So to get the ground shaking like this.
Definitely is the advantage of playing with the physical board game. You're not gonna quite as easily grab the tiles and throw them across the room.
Yeah, but I've seen worse accidents happen on top of a table, so I think this is quite fine. So, with the end of the Eternal Storm, Fisherman's Wharf, which is the city on the west coast, it quickly began to thrive. Right. It's the biggest coastal city by the Western Ocean, and with spirits elevated by the end of both the Wasteland and the Eternal Storm, the Empire made a move westbound. It built a second Imperial Palace in Fisherman's Wharf, and they built the Arena of Future, which is even greater than the Arena of Fate in the capital. They also began to build a wall around the city to further protect it now that it harbored such points of imperial interest. The Arena of Future was built on top of a hill and has an opening in the western stands that allows people in the eastern seats to have a beautiful view of the city and ocean. And on the day of the inauguration, the cheers of the crowd were replaced by horrified screams as war vessels appeared on the horizon. These ships brought a revelation. We are not alone in the world. There is another civilization on the other side of the ocean, a humanoid species called the Kemet, with gray skin and white hair. Um, with vastly superior maritime forces and an army of undead, including a giant titan, the Kemet conquered Fisherman's Wharf under the leadership of a Kemet named Gulog. Many heroes and Iron Hand troops attending the inauguration of the Arena of Future either died or disappeared, and no one has seen the Emperor since. Um, and with a north-south cordon of ships along the west coast, the Kemet control most of the navigation in the ocean. Their next steps are unclear, so it's really a chaotic situation at the beginning of a war. No one knew that would happen. So one of the few Iron Hand victories is that they managed to destroy the Imperial portal in Fisherman's Wharf, which gave access to the rest of the grid. Right, there's an entire grid of portals that connects all cities in the Imperial part of the continent. Um, Most of the Iron Hand's focus is on defending other portals in cities near the coast, as they could grant access to almost any place of the continent with just a few successive teleports. And Sedura is one of the heroes of the Wasteland, right? In the canon history, she was the one who finished with the Wasteland, and she was then appointed as the captain of the Iron Hand. And she has issued a command for portals to be destroyed if they're at risk of falling under Kemet control. So the Iron Hand is basically gravely understaffed. Due to the Eternal Storm, most of the Navy had gathered only in the Central Sea, and even then, they focused most of their training and resources inland, as massive bloodshed can rarely or never occur at sea. So, moreover, there's this thing called psychosurgery, which programs soldiers not to leave their assigned territory unless the emperor himself so commands, and the emperor is missing. So, Sedura, now appointed as captain, she's superior to everyone in the Iron Hand hierarchy, but the emperor. So, orders issued by the captain overrule orders given by other officers. And I'm just finishing. Just do you think I need another 2 minutes? I would just like to talk about Warfuji, which is the city where the city phase took place. This small town was formerly used by miners, and it's strategically located in a depression in the shadow of a mountain in the Bandspine Range. It's hidden from both sides of the bifurcation in the imperial roads that leave Fisherman's Wharf. So Sedura decided to build the main headquarters of the resistance there, as the town is missing from most regional maps and therefore hidden from the Kemet. The city also connects with the imperial network of portals and is reasonably close to Fisherman's Wharf. The town is growing quickly. Refugees and fugitives rescued in the land between Fisherman's Wharf and Morphology are usually brought there, where they meet their loved ones who arrived by portal from other cities farther inland. as the news about this invasion spreads. And from time to time, heroes and other important people also come to town and offer their help for a variety of reasons. Like many have friends and family in Fisherman's Wharf, but others simply feel a call to defend their homeland. So this is basically the setting, the beginning of a war. People who don't know they don't know what's going on, and you have heroes whose families are stranded in Fisherman's Wharf. Others just want to defend their homeland, and in this context you have this calling, right? There's someone saying, well, we're understaffed and the Iron Hand needs supplies to try to do something in this war, but bandits have taken advantage now that the Iron Hand is not everywhere, and they are like causing chaos in the middle of the road. So you are asked to give a help and take these supplies back and escort it through the dangerous road. So this is just one of more than 10 quests that are available right at the beginning of the story of the campaign.
All right. Wow, that's quite the intro there, Dan. Let's catch up, see what the players have been doing. So, Michael, you want to give us a short summary of what's been happening?
Here we are trying to get these guys here on the camp. Right now, um, Gaknak has acted and has gone to the cart to get closer to it, so he can load this barrel as fast as we can. The goblin has acted already. Taram has made an AOE attack and attacked many enemies here. Now the red one, the sentinel here, is attacking, and he will attack Jorana. So he's holding to hit.
Oh, and he's gonna get that one. So
He didn't apply his passive power because red passive power is having no other hero in one of the targets, but Taran is there to give aid to Jorana and avoid this extra damage.
okay.
But he will be able to pull for Jorana. He did 18 points of damage to her.
So Jorana,
Okay.
yep, using her armor there to shield 5. So she'll take 5 less damage there.
So he ends with 18 points of health.
Jorana is hurting, that's for sure.
Already acted, then Zafara can take her.
So Gaknak there, as well as Jorana, both very close to getting total charges on their skill trees.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my skill to heal for Jorana.
All right. So he pays.
And I use
When I
Gaknek
kill.
1 to move here and throw this guy at the lava. Doing 4 damage to him.
All right, throwing him right into that fire. I thought that campfire was pretty nice until he
And
got through
because
him.
I have charged all my skills, I will do an ability and deal 9 points of damage to an enemy. I will choose the goblin.
Yep. And the skill trees work on range 8. So it's pretty wide range there. It doesn't have to be the person that villain you were just attacking. You're not pressing the button, but Zafara's attacking the goblin. Okay. Zafara using her ability, and that's a miss.
I needed this hit.
So
But I will do this. will use her cubes as soon as I can.
And Jorana is pretty getting into close to a danger zone health-wise, but her good ally Taram is almost with his total charge ready to heal 9 any ally. Event 1 is almost ending, I think. And though there's a villain still at 35 HP, I don't think there's much left. They still need to grab a barrel, right?
I
And
think
they still have a chest unopened.
there's 3 villains still, I think, right?
Yep. You have a sentinel at the right side. That's a blue sentinel.
Yep.
And another one burning at the stake over there. And a goblin at the very corner of the board trying to flee, but I don't think they will allow it.
Oh, Jorana is using a special attack that she recovered because she saved the poor peasant.
Did she actually hit?
A 4. I believe she missed it.
She was attacking the red sentinel.
carta é o Walsh. Não é carta. É, tipo, não pode. Como é que você tá vendo?
Mute.
Oh,
Okay.
So, James, if you thought that positioning was important in arena, every little square counts in Tanares Adventures. It's just something that I really enjoy about this game. Because even though you can you need to roll the die, right? You can manipulate the odds in your favor heavily. For example, Jorana could maybe mob if she had mobbed a villain. The villain would be considered exposed with a 3-point penalty in its defense. And even though she rolled a tiny number 4, she would have hit her attack. And it's not just for mob, but for focus and for passive powers to get outside of range of villains who will then attack one of your allies, to change how villains will retaliate, to incite reactions. So when they get they pass through you to get their favorite target, you hit them with a reaction, which is automatic and no longer requires rolls. So it really is like a chess match in the sense of positioning. And I think that the positioning right now on the camp is really interesting because it's like a checkers game and you don't have any heroes on the side of each other. They're all in diagonal positions. Uh, That's really odd. I don't think I've ever seen something like that.
True. And the interesting thing here right now is that we didn't attack this blue guy, and everyone has already acted this turn. Because of that, this guy here is acting unprovoked. So he's doing the +5 damage. At the end of the round, if an enemy, if all heroes are fatigued, but there is an enemy not fatigued, they will take their turn with a bonus damage for being unprovoked.
So that's gonna do.
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah.
That's because the villains spend the round preparing a powerful attack. But if you provoke them by attacking them, they will attack before they're ready. So it will not receive a +5 damage bonus, which is what they receive when they are unprovoked.
I'm gonna use my skill on the villain's turn here. This radiant to heal 3 a hero.
And I will use one Oh, you can do.
So I'm gonna heal 3 Gaknak. But when I flip it, this all my skills are flipped. So I will flip all of them and heal 9 another or any hero. So I'm gonna heal 9 Jorana with my total charge power.
I will use one cube from Zafara to do 3 damage to that goblin, and I use a skill from Gaknak to deal +3, and I eliminate this goblin here,
All right, so that goblin is just
the
kind of
orange
barely
goblin.
hanging on, is knocked out.
Everyone gains a cube.
Woohoo!
Just in this round, we took the damage because there is a isn't that there's 2 prisoners here, so we are taking a lot of damage because of that.
All right, so
And just a small reminder, James, that they may now be glad about the decision they made because when you asked if there were 3 villains, there could have been 4 if that orc was not an ally. He
oh
could
yeah.
perhaps. Well, I don't know what he would do. Yes, I know because I wrote the thing, but they they don't know what would happen. But perhaps, as the instructions of the quest says, that orc would be an enemy had they not decide to help him. So the fight perhaps would be much more difficult.
Yep, and here the orc will help us at the end of the round. Like we took a lot of damage because the prisoners are still there, but this orc will go and run to the villain with closest to it and do 10 damage to it.
All right, so dropping that
And it's a new round for us.
that red
I
sentinel down
believe
to
we
10.
should get this chest here because it's just sitting there and we are kind of low on health. And maybe me or Gaknek or Jorana should pick it. Or maybe we could reduce one of our HPs a little so we can benefit from that extra healing that chests now give to heroes, to other heroes under 20 HP. And maybe get this barrel loaded on the cart. Let's see what it can do this turn. Um, uh, who is the best one to start playing? I believe maybe Zafara can take her turn. What do you guys think? I believe she can kill that sentinel here. Let Zafara play.
Yes.
Oh, there is no enemy in 3 of Zafara. Now that the focus rule changed, it does not count allies anymore. So Zafara can attack with focus. Sentinel will be exposed to her attack.
And have a better chance of hitting, which is always important.
Oh, and then I roll a
And she didn't really need it either.
Okay. It deals 10 points of damage to the orc. It
All
dies.
right, there's a mana cube, right?
Deals 5 damage to another. This guy will not retaliate because this is not an attack on him. It's damage from an effect.
Earning this cube when a villain dies is really a great feeling. You feel rewarded for every little step you take into accomplishing the primary objective. And just as a reminder, James, Zafara is on top of the wagon. It is represented by this mission tile, and mission tiles is something new that we're bringing forth because there are so many different scenarios in the game that they need to be represented by kind of jack of all trades tile. So, for example, in another quest, this represents a moving platform that connects different suspended rooms, like in the middle of this abyss, and in Morlock's labyrinth, actually.
Ooh.
So you'll get to visit it in Tanares Adventures, perhaps. And this mission tile represents it. And so in this quest, in particular, it is the wagon where you're transport the supplies. And there's a barrel I see there. It's right adjacent to it. It's the wagon is close to being loaded, and it will go to how much? 45 HP as soon as it's loaded. Because just as a reminder, even though we were on event one, described by the journal, the other special rules in the quest guide, they are still in effect until the instructions of the quest itself says that they end, right? So misery still applies, for example, at the end of the round if there are peasants to attack the supplies and you in the middle of the road.
I just did a whooping 26 points of damage to this guy because I hit him when attack that does 13. I used my passive power. I paid 3 HP and I made a basic attack against him, and it hits for another 8 points of damage. And this turn, I had just completed a cycle. A cycle is when we start. At the end of a cycle is when we start a turn without any primary attack in your hand. So I recovered all my attack cards and I regained the use of my weapon. So I used it again to deal 5 extra points of damage. So it's 13 plus 5 plus 8. Then this enemy here is with 15 HP. But as
Okay,
we will retaliate, let me do something. I will use 4 cubes here with Zafara.
Cubes allows him to deal 16 damage to a single villain.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be enough there to knock out this last villain here, the Sentinel. Oh, I guess we have one more.
Remembering that Gaknak didn't have enough time to tend to his items before the quest began, as he decided to spend time and effort to encourage Sarah to talk to the Iron Hand so that they would provide help. So his armor already began the quest on cooldown.
Oh, Gaknak.
I wonder if they remember. Yeah, I wonder if they remember the foresight, the fortune telling tip that Sarah gave them before the quest began.
Are you giving a hint, Dan?
yeah.
Run and you can end this event here. That was a quick one because we had the orc help. He did damage
Yes.
to help us, and we had one less enemy, so it was worth it to feed the orc.
Yes, but now, well, let's.
Jorana can grab the chest, and she will heal 20.
Remembering the chest heals 20 HP of the hero who opens it, and it heals a small amount of HP to heroes who are low on HP, but I don't think there are any at this point. They are playing very well, using their passives and trying to get villains to retaliate the hero they want to, manipulating the fight in their favor, manipulating the odds so that they can even roll low on the die and their attacks will still hit.
Well, and another thing to
And
note
so,
too is that they still have 2 first aid tokens that they can use in case heroes get low enough health that they get knocked out, and can use that first aid token to come back into the fight.
yeah, so dead heroes still take turns, right? When their turn begins, you must spend a first aid token to revive them, and you lose the quest when you have no first aid tokens to use, because the companions of this hero will just not let him die on the field, right? If they don't have first aid to provide, they have to abort the mission to take that hero to safety in town, right?
This ended the this
All right.
event because we in this round we could get kill the last enemy. The orc is not an enemy; it's an ally for us, so there is no problem. We got the last prisoner and we saved him, paying the cost of our XP token. It's kind of low, even before we got the barrel in. So even with the barrel, it's still sitting on 30 points, but it seems we are okay. Um,
So it looks like we go to item 11 now.
yep, and we can go to the next part of the journal and to the last event.
All right, just as a reminder, the journey says that if all villains are dead at the end of the round, you go to the next section. The northern sections are closer to the river and the Imperial Roads, a region that may be called richer and therefore more violent. As soon as the news of what happened in Fisherman's Wharf spread, we knew that any Iron Hand troops left in this province would be sent elsewhere, a peasant informs you. In just a few days, we saw the first bandit groups from Ubel pillaging their way north. You also see signs that rival gangs fought each other for control of the region. Sometimes even goblins and orcs get together to fend off barbarians and other groups. We have nothing more to give. What more can they want? You'll find the answer a few miles north by the river, where bandits have set up a toll and barricades on the bridge. What's more concerning, you see an Iron Hand officer shaking hands with the presumed leader, and then tucking something into his pocket. A. Look menacing and demand that the bandits let you cross the bridge. B. Convince the Iron Hand officer to let you pass. What do you choose?
Oh, are we still good guys here and want to go after any kind of corruption, or we are kind of afraid?
Are you gonna put up a frown and a bad face and look menacing and demand the bandits to let you cross the bridge, or just gonna talk to the Iron Hand officer and kind of say something to let you pass?
Let's combat the corruption from these lands. I'm the cleric after all.
All right.
All right, everyone agrees. I'm gonna go then to the section of the journal corresponding to letter B. Convince the Iron Hand officer to let you pass. Is that it?
No, I believe we are looking menacing to him because he's a corrupt guy.
Okay, so it's option A?
It's option A.
Okay, then. Sorry. So this the word of this choice will get later to Zalir Drakan is in town, so you earn 1 point of esteem with him. And now you have two other options, but this is not a choice. This is a skill, an ability check. If your team's added diplomacy and force is 18 or higher, you go to a specific section of the journal. So, what are your combined diplomacy and forces? Jorana has 5, Gaknak 4, so it's 9.
I believe he's 17. I believe you are 1 point short.
That's a little too short.
5?
You're
Oh, I can't believe my 3. I can't believe the holy for.
yeah, you're bad at skill checks in this quest, huh? So otherwise you go to okay, so the bandits pretend to allow you to pass, then surround you once you reach the middle of the bridge. You're outnumbered. We don't ask for an inordinate amount, their leader says, raising a torch. We don't want people to stop using this road, but we are unforgiving. Pay up, or we'll burn your entire stash. Choose between losing 5 XP or losing any 2 cubes.
2 cubes.
You're flooded, right? Since you've killed all this, your spirits are really lifted in this journey.
I
It's
mean,
kind of
my
like
my spirits are lifted just from that performance there, Dan. The accent and
Drip.
everything.
Yeah, I already have a natural accent, so
Yeah.
I just took advantage of it to impersonate different characters.
All right.
So, okay,
Event 2
did you pay?
begins.
All
I
right, event
paid
2 begins.
by page cubes.
Okay, how many XP do you have, just so I can see? Only 30. My goodness. Okay, event 2 begins. Remove the barricade, the room tile, and all tiles and figures on them. You are smart, right? You're already assembling the map. Okay. Reposition the wagon according to the map and then place the heroes on it. Place the event 2 room tile according to the map. Place goblins, yellow and blue, sentinels, yellow and green, and OMG, there's a boss.
Uh-oh.
Okay, you don't have any facts, right? Pertaining to quest number 5 because you didn't do this quest, so you place it's the goblin. Okay, it's correct. So word of your deeds has reached the high echelons of the Iron Hand, who have deployed troops to escort your wagon for the final stretch according to the amount of supplies you're carrying. So, as you remember in the beginning, Sarah said, "Oh, send us a pigeon in the middle of the journey to tell us how much you're carrying and if what the news of your travel." So you have between 11 and 30 XP, right? So
Yes.
only one Iron Hand sniper was deployed to your region. Place it on square E8. So James, as you can see, I don't think it's too big in the screen right now, but at the sides of the board, right next to the HP track, there are small numbers that correspond to different coordinates of the grid, and in the smaller side of the grid, there are letters from A to P. So each square has a specific coordinate, and they have placed the Iron Hand Sniper on square E8. The Iron Hand Sniper is not a combatant. They cannot take turns or be targeted by attacks or effects, okay? At the end of the round, this Iron Hand Sniper will move forward and deal 10 damage to a villain in 8 squares away of it, at the choice of the players. Okay, this bandit leader is the boss, and he has a special passive. If he hits a hero who is on the wagon, the target heals 5, but the wagon loses 10 XP.
Uh-oh.
So it's like the boss leader, he deals less damage to a hero on the wagon, but the supplies in it get further destroyed. So let's go. You can take the first turn.
The square of our sniper is
E8.
okay.
They have
Okay.
put this. Okay, they've changed it to sniper, right?
Was
Just as a that let me just I'm sorry to interrupt just for a second because this is important information. When all villains are dead, as if the wagon didn't get completely emptied and the XP token got to 0 HP, as soon as all villains are dead, you win the quest. This is the final event. Good
And
luck.
just this boss card, of course, it was not uploaded correctly, so the boss card is much beautiful
yes,
than this.
ETS bug.
All right. So are we set up here yet?
Yes.
Awesome.
Let's go. I'm gonna start to make some heals. My turn, all my cards are flipped, so now I will unflip all and unflip an item.
So while they're starting this off,
Then I'm gonna use my Holy Blast on hero to I can make an area attack and target 3 enemies.
No, that's good.
So while they're
But who is your first target?
The boss.
Okay, so he will retaliate. Okay. You can talk loud, James. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. You guys keep going here. I thought we'd bring up real quick the previously section. Did we?
Oh yeah, I think that was a bit already covered when we were talking in the previous event. Oh, I don't know why my microphone was in my head, on top of my head, and not in my mouth. So I think that the previous
Critical hit, sorry. Oh, I need to say.
The emotion of the critical hit is more powerful than you, then.
Anyway, uh, so as I was saying, the previously section of this quest in particular, I think I have already kind of covered it when we were talking in the previous event. It basically says that Sedura became captain of the Iron Hand under the Emperor's request as an additional reward for successfully seizing both the Eternal Storm and the spreading of the Wasteland's toxic fumes. Um, with the surprise Kemet invasion against Fisherman's Wharf, the Iron Hand lost much of its troops. As part of a supreme command lodged into the soldiers' brains after their psychosurgery, troops allocated in other provinces can only leave their circumscription if the Emperor himself so commands. However, the Emperor has disappeared in the invasion. And more directly related to what they're doing on the board right now, with this news quickly spreading, bandits and other villainous groups are becoming bold and taking advantage of the impaired security in otherwise safe locations and roads, especially in Alton Province, where the Iron Hand focus lies almost entirely on the Kemet. Sometimes the previously text box it also brings facts, right? Not that you learn them by reading the previously, but if you have these facts, perhaps what you did in the past affects some part of the story in this quest you're playing right now. So you just will the journal comes with how can I say it, a glossary of facts, and you can consult this to remember how you've obtained them.
Yeah,
So
that's
these are
exactly kind
complements
of what
to.
I wanted to bring up is the nice previously section that kind of summarizes some of that information. So say, you played Tanares Adventures last weekend with some friends, and then the next week you're coming back and you're like, well, I don't exactly remember everything that was going on. It's a good way to
Yeah, and
quickly
this
catch up without having to read through multiple pages.
Yeah, and at these times we know that there's a chance that people are going to play even like their previous section maybe happened a month ago or even more.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's simply no chance for you to remember every single detail. Not that the previously section contains every single detail, but you can at least be in the loop. You can
Yeah.
contextualize what's happening and understand what is going on in the campaign, in the adventure, and you can just quickly check the fact glossary and the dots that you have marked on the quest log to check everything that you have done or that you have not done, because that's something that I think is interesting also. um, it's not just that you just, for example, in this quest they had the opportunity to save an orc, right? So they gained effect due to this saving of this orc. Perhaps this orc will appear later to help the heroes. Perhaps much later he will appear for an important part of the story.
And
However,
just real quick, looking at the quest log here in the corner because we didn't really get a chance to check it out yet. You'll notice here week 1, which is the week that we're in. We are on quest 15, Mushrooms of Wrath. You'll see that one listed here. and see that there's this string of numbers here on the right. The Orcish loyalty, I believe. What was the number?
It was 15.1.
Yeah.
So it's the very first
Yep. So you'd
mark
mark
that we
that
got.
one off there, and
Yeah, just paint a little ball, the little slot, and with the number 1 next to 15,
and
and then you can quickly check out later. Maybe perhaps later there will come a time when you'll be prompted to say if you have Orcish loyalty 15.1, go to a different section of the journal to see what
yeah.
happens. And then you just check. It's really quick. It's well organized. So you just see the first ball is marked. Okay, let's do it. Let's see what happens then.
Yeah.
And at the very end of this line, you can see the EX mark. It is the extra challenge fact that I mentioned. And besides all of this, if you beat the quest, if you win the quest, that's something you'll see soon because they are playing very well. You will also paint this little star right next to the number of the quest, and it could also impact the future, like the just the fact that you did and you won a quest, it can affect the rest of the story. Okay, and one thing that I was mentioning, not only the things that you do impact the story, but the things that you neglect or the things that you
Yeah.
don't do.
I think that's
For
a definitely
so
important thing to bring up, that it's, like a living, it's a fully living world where it's not just following what you did, but also the things that you didn't do.
yeah, so the calendar it has the campaign it goes through 6 weeks. A Tanarian week has 9 days, and your number of days is limited, and you have to spend many of these days in town to recover from your journeys. So your number of days is limited. They chose to spend this day on the
Crit.
road.
Two crits
Oh
in a
man,
row.
look at you, Michael.
Go back.
So as I mentioned, they are playing very well, as you can see.
You are
So they're
rolling pretty
yeah,
well.
but the thing is, even though they are doing well in this quest, they chose to spend an entire day on the road here, and the time they spent here is not a time they will spend in a mountain where the Kemet are doing something, or at the seas where the Kemet are riding their ships, or in a dungeon where ancient secrets of the Kemet may be unveiled.
So
So
yeah, everything has a,
each
a
day,
cost.
yeah, at the end of the week, you'll see that you didn't do most of the quests that were available, and that will bring a toll to your campaign. You see the consequences of these decisions, of all your decisions, not only of what you decide to do, but also of what you decide not to do.
Yeah, I think that'll definitely be a much welcome thing for a change from Arena of the Contest Epic campaign, where the narrative, of course, was very good and interesting, but generally the story just followed the direct heroes that you were playing, and there really wasn't ever a direct known downside. If you chose one direction or the other.
And here is cut my brute with 6 HP.
Ooh,
Oh
he
my
is
god.
hurting.
I'm gonna
I'm
heal you.
almost dead.
Gaknak's hurting.
I'm gonna heal Trajan. On during the villain. I cannot heal you.
Yeah,
No.
I'm out of
Oh.
her line of vision. It's
Well.
just Jorana now that must play, and there's
Now
two
you
sentinels.
you came alone, so
All right, we're getting some whirling strike action here from Jorana.
Maybe you could lightning reflex here, couldn't you? Because you recovered it when you saved the last peasant. I believe it to be good now. What do you think?
Oh, James, one thing that I forgot to mention now that they are that Gaknak is on very low HP.
I believe if I use now, I will lost my permanent. I'm close to unflip my all hand.
Oh, you are close to cycling, then your permanent will end. Oh,
Yes,
that's why. So use the primary. Go over.
exactly.
Sorry, that.
No, just one thing that I forgot to mention while I was talking about the first aid before earlier. Now that Gaknak is at his last breaths, if nothing heals him, is that it costs heroes to provide such a powerful and impactful first aid in the middle of battle. So at the end of the quest, you gain one loot card for each first aid you didn't spend. So it's really important to try not to ever die in the quest because if you die, you will earn one less resource card, one fewer from all the loots you gain at the end of the quest.
So there's even more
If you spend the
incentive
first
to
aid.
not be using those.
Yeah, you can't just say, okay, oh, we have two first aids. There is no danger. Okay, maybe there isn't, since you're already at the last event and many heroes are still with good health. But do you really want to receive one fewer resources? One you
Nah,
saw
we
you
don't.
Yeah, you saw that at the city, they really wanted to upgrade the city structure because they couldn't do anything else with it, but they lacked some specific kinds of resources, and they would need to spend even more to exchange some of these resources for others in order to get the specific iron that they needed to upgrade the natural lab. So every little card counts. So if they can save Gaknak, perhaps they don't even need to heal him, but maybe if they can, like divert the attention of the enemies on the board to another hero, Gaknak may survive, and with it, an extra loot card.
Yep, that looks kind of what's happening right now. A lot of
Yes,
characters.
I try really hard not to lose that first aid. Sorry, James.
No, you're doing great there, Michael.
Oh, I just took a 15 damage.
Oh man.
Oh god.
Yeah, you are kind of getting low on health here, guys. We need to do something.
Oh, James, that was exactly what I would ask you to do. There are some really nice angles to get, not for the entire game, but perhaps you could zoom in at the room and perhaps lower the angle of sight uh, at the room to see the miniatures there, everything that's going on.
Yeah. I was showing earlier that I believe this is the Gaknak figure, correct? That's actually there.
Yeah, I think that all miniatures there are updated according to their latest sculpts. Even Jorana is leaping with her spear.
Except,
Except Taram.
yeah, we had a quick change there, so it
Oh god.
makes.
Oh, what happened to Taran?
It is Taram.
She
True
it
form.
it's disguised it.
Let's see. And then we all have done our turn, and it will be now the turn of this guy here. He wasn't attacked, so he will attack and provoke it.
So does this farmer here come with that cute little piggy too?
Yes.
All right. Got to get your pitchforks and piggies, everyone.
It's a miracle that
Maybe
this pig has
you
survived this far,
slot
according
two
to.
cubes from Zafara to save him.
Ah, burning some cubes there.
Are
Yeah,
you
because
still?
Taran was going to die if he didn't.
Is the extra challenge still up for grabs?
Yes, if we
Yes.
can save this farmer and this lady here, we will do that.
Okay, where's the XP token? Let me take a look. Oh, it's in a
30.
healthy
It's
position.
30.
30.
Yeah, so they can still save this to without dropping the wagon's XP to 0.
Oh, and now Jorana is here with me on sub 10 HP.
Looks like almost about the time to start using one of that chest in that room there, huh?
Yes, we need desperately to do so.
Oh, James, if you could zoom in at Jorana's miniature, it's a really nice image because it has two sentinels right next to her, so it's really a cover like image you could get if you really zoom in uh, right next to her.
Oh yeah, I see.
Well, you need to kill the orange sentinel. If you don't, I'm gonna take a reaction.
That's the end of the round, so our sniper here will do 10 damage to someone we went. Let's see.
So I remember. I believe this brown sniper here is on the hero's side, calling in the Iron Hand support.
Oh, see, he can move 4 here and shoot this goblin dead. Good job, Idle Hand Sniper. We are confident. It was the only
Where?
one we could get here from 3 we could have.
And we are the heroes.
Yeah.
And everyone gains a cube because an enemy died, even if it was our helpful sniper that did the job.
Yay, cubes.
We are kind of needing them now because we are kind of dying. Oh, and this now is our turn to play. I need to get to this chest over there. Let me see if I can do this somehow. Oh, I can do this. Let someone play. Someone play, and I will be able to do this. And any of you guys take a turn, like Jorana, maybe you can take down the sentinel here to help Taran.
All right, so Jorana.
Okay, on Jorana's turn, I will use a skill tree. Even if I can't see her, I can still use a skill. That's ally's turn. And you run to an enemy and move to it. So I will move this guy.
Oh, looks like a miss.
Oh god.
Toronto's not having a good day.
Perhaps it's because she lost her post at you know what, and now she has to tread along the road like any other common hero, you know?
Tanares is a tough world, you know, Dan.
Okay, so you did the damage to him already? You applied?
Yeah, apply the damage.
Can do nothing to help Tara now. Can anyone of you do so? Taran, can you save yourself and do 3 damage to this guy?
Yes, yes, I'm gonna kill him. So
Okay.
I'm gonna use my skill. It's penitence. I'm gonna pay 5 HP. So I'm 21. Deal 4 damage to the
Orange Sentinel.
Argent Sentinel and heal for an ally. It's gonna be Jorana.
And
It's funny,
everyone gains a
James.
cube.
And
It's
I
funny,
lost
James,
it.
as sometimes
Now
what
it's
I
my turn. I'm gonna try to take my turn. Okay. Let's use Sacred Flame on the Green
Boss or the
Sentinel
green.
or the boss. I don't know. The boss will attack me.
No,
Should you
no, it's most. Oh, it's you. No.
Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna attack the boss using my Sacred Flame, which is a hit. So I deal 6 damage to the boss, and I heal myself 13. So I'm 34.
So, one minor thing that I wanted to talk about while they're finishing up this attack. Specifically, you'll notice Sacred Flame has a Tanares Adventures symbol next to it. So, some of the heroes, due to the effects that they had from Arena of the Contest, couldn't be essentially translated in the same way. So a few heroes, not all of them, but some of them got basically a Tanaris Adventures equivalent ability.
Yeah, we thought that some attacks were perfect for PvP, but the best experience that people would have while playing the Epic campaign would be with attacks that are slightly tweaked. This doesn't alter the spirit of the attack in most times, but it's small modifications we make for the enhancement of the player's experience while playing cooperative quests.
And just to
One
note,
thing that was about
I was just going to note real quick too that only exists on any of the previous like Tanaris Adventures, previous to any of the RPG characters, because obviously they all have new abilities that were designed specifically to work with Tanaris Adventures. So it's just core box and some of the legendary, right?
Yes, but that doesn't happen with all heroes and all attacks. It's just a really small amount of attacks
Yeah.
that required some tweaking. Shield of Flowers was one from Talia. Uh, it's another healer who also got a small modification with Taran. But speaking of healers, one thing that I would mention I think is funny is how many times I see a healer killing actually the villains, because they end up with so few HP, like they have 7 HP. So let the healer kill this one. He
Yeah,
doesn't
right.
do much damage anyway, so let him get the spares, and I will get these ones with 50 HP with a large chunk of health that I can drop. So it's funny to see healers killing villains so much, as the last one was killed by Taran.
That's what. That's why I'm playing. So I try to kill everyone, even playing a healer.
Including your allies.
Yes, this is a small detail.
I see, I see.
Yeah, if you're
The
selfish in
important
this
is to kill the
game,
monster of one.
yeah, if you don't pay attention, you're selfish. You're most definitely killing your hero, your allies indirectly. Teamwork is really important in this game, and I think that one way that is indicated is due to the use of the skill trees, as they are this like the largest components each hero has on the table, and they are meant to be used on the turns of your allies or that of your villain. So uh, they are not used on your turn except for a small little ability.
Which is definitely fun
It's
because this is a good way to make sure people are, still engaged with the game even though it's not their turn. In fact, in my opinion,
Yeah, one thing that definitely happens on Tanares Adventures is you do not take your turn and go grab a cup of coffee. That simply cannot happen. While you wait your friends to play their turns, that doesn't happen. You have to pay attention in every single turn and talk to your friends and help them and intervene in the most appropriate moments. And I think this is a great merit of the skill tree, one of the main new components we're bringing out in this game.
well, and unless you're out of mana cubes, then maybe there's not quite as much you can do. But
Oh, but they come quickly enough.
yeah,
There
yeah,
are
it comes a
many.
lot of ways. And then of course in this case we have the Comrade where you can use their mana cubes as well for your actions.
Yeah, you're always wanting more cubes, but you're never really starved of them.
Yeah.
Of course, you want to use them every single. You want to be a machine
In fact, that's
with
kind of
the
one of
skills.
the benefits of, for example, some of the war assets that we were looking at here, like the Dragon Blade character, that you start off with a mana cube, so that can kind of help kind of get that momentum going. Because I feel like a lot of the mana cube system is very momentum based, right? The more mana cubes you're getting, the more damage you're putting out, the more you're shifting the enemy around to the ways that you want it to be, and then of course being able to provide healing, and then you kill kill the minions or the villains, and then you're getting more mana cubes.
Yeah, they're definitely a great resource. In fact, some of our playtesters, what they most enjoy about building a team is trying to find out which items and which effects and which attacks and which character assets, especially, can give you the greatest mana cube boost, like a mana cube machine, to build a team with great synergy that is always with that mana is already always pouring on. It's always pouring on this special crafted teams, and you can already see this beginning to happen in these character assets that were drawn in the city phase and that they have conquered. All of them, if I'm not mistaken, are giving these heroes extra cubes at the beginning of the quest, but in future weeks, uh, stronger assets will come to town, and of course, they are more difficult to conquer. But as soon as you get them, they will award you with even more.
All right, looking like heroes are definitely taking a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, three heroes are with fewer than 15 health points. And the fourth one is almost there with 22. But they didn't spend any first aid tokens yet. So I think they know what they're doing, managing well, so that neither of them dies. But they have a tough road ahead because the villains. There's one particular villain with 43 HP still, so
Yeah, he's still sitting a little healthy there. That's the green or the Guardian Sentinel.
yeah. And Jorana is pretty uh, was pretty. She's still kind of almost mobbed there, but there was a time when she had two sentinels and the boss right next to her outside of the room there. while Gaknak tries to save two peasants at the same time with a nasty, noxious orange goblin there trying to wreak havoc. And Zafara therefore needs to leave the wagon temporarily unattended as she saves a peasant.
Staying dirty goblins. Alright, and that's, I believe, Zafara's attack there.
Remembering, James, the wagon cannot enter the room. It's one of the rules of the trait of the quest and described in the special rules of the quest guide. The wagon cannot enter other spaces occupied by other tiles, including room tiles, as this wood patterned floor over here. It would be strange to put a whole cart of food inside a house, right?
Yeah, that would be definitely a little weird. So Zafara getting back one of her specials, her special Comrade
Thank
specials.
you.
Gaknak moving out there, looking like he's gonna go help the Jorana now.
I will need to double move.
I used
sadly.
my during Gaknak's turn. I used my skill. I dispelled the token, the empowers token on the boss, and dealt 2 damage.
And just to mention, I think that the last peasant was saved, and you've used XP, right, to save all the peasants. So
Yes,
the
we
extra,
did.
yeah, so the extra challenge is temporarily met. It still requires a final condition, which is winning the quest, right? It doesn't. The extra challenge is not considered achieved if you end up losing the quest.
Yeah, guys, I already did my job with Zafara and Gaknak. You both need to survive this.
Yes, let me try to attack the boss. No, no one will survive the boss attack. I will attack the green one.
Oh, doesn't you have the celestial rod? Neither, not you. Even with its healing, no one will survive.
I will try to heal as much as possible, but I cannot guarantee I will hit, so it's not a good thing now.
So looking at the bandit leader here, you'll notice that he's got a benefit of a +3 to his attack roll, and they're blessed. That's a pretty universal trait now for all of our overlords.
It's a hit because you have 2 weapons.
Yes.
Yes, all bosses, and by boss I mean every special villain so characterized by each quest, not necessarily the boss from the boss fights, like the huge dragons you met on Arena the Contest. All of these overlords and bosses, they have +3 to their attack roll, and they are blessed. So their attacks have a much greater chance of hitting you. And they also have other perks like
Sorry. Sorry, just let me just explain what I'm doing because now it's a little complex. I'm gonna use my road to heal H Jorana, and I applied my Exalted Soul. So Jorana is gonna heal H, and I can heal for another hero, and of course it's gonna be me. So me and her are 17, and I used my Celestial Roads. Okay, now we are trying to heal her as much as possible.
Then
Now the
it's
green one will retaliate, and when it will retaliate, I'm gonna use my skill to heal Jorana again. And Jorana heals 3, and another heal heals 4. So I'm gonna heal Gaknak.
maybe heal yourself so you can
Yes, maybe
survive
it's me.
Bandit Leader.
Yes, yes. Heal 4. Okay.
Oh, the guy missed. Finally, a miss from the enemies again.
Okay. Nine
Attack at
eight residual damage.
Jorana. Now it's Jorana and the boss, the only ones that haven't played that. You are muted?
Alex is still muted. He's talking about.
Alex, you are muted.
Yes, I used my another cube to heal for her, and she's hasting it. And as I have the exalted soul on her, I can heal for another hero. So I'm gonna heal Gaknak. Okay.
And Jorana can play your turn.
I will make mana burn to
A power
flip all my
his.
skills. Yeah,
Oh, okay. You need that healing.
yeah.
So he's using 3 cubes to flip to charge 3 skills without using them, just to get that flipping effect of the total charge and heal 9 HP because of it. Desperate times, desperate measures.
So, sometimes that's a little better too. Maybe you have an ability where you have to pay, additional health or something, or you're getting pretty low already, which you wouldn't be able to do. And this is a good way to get that total charge ability off without having to do that.
Yeah, you usually have a lot of options if you know what you're doing. So in this case, I don't know if it got really understood, but Jorana was in dire straits, right? And her skills and attacks don't allow her to gain HP herself, right? So, but the total charge power of her skill token allows her to heal 9. However, none of Jorana's skills were charged. She would need to wait until she could use 4 different skills in the turns of villains and allies. So instead, he used mana power, whichever hero has, that you can spend a cube on your turn to charge a skill token, and he did it with. He spent 4 mana cubes that he had to
I,
charge all 4 skill
I
tokens.
think he
Okay,
spent
to
3
heal
because
9.
he had one already used.
He had one charge.
The,
Yeah.
the bo- did the boss hit Jorana?
Yes.
I'm gonna use the other skill on her on during the boss turning. So I'm gonna use another one, and I take 5 damage. I'm 16, and I'm gonna heal 4 Jordan. So she's 14, and deal 4 damage to the boss. But as I have my exalted soul on her, I'm gonna heal for me. Okay.
And this ends the round. We are almost finished here because everyone is fatigued. First, our idle hand here, our sniper will move here.
All items on cooldown, almost all cubes spent. I see on one there on Gaknak, but none on Taran and Jorana.
And for the first time, we couldn't avoid the supply wagon to be to have someone with it. So misery will you charge its price here. We will lose 15 HP.
Ouch.
Yeah, but I think they're still fine in that regard since they have already saved all peasants. They just need to keep it in check, and I think that this
15
game will last
XP,
just.
by the way. That's what Michael, I believe, meant to say.
I will attack the boss here. Oh, it's a crit. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. Damage to this guy.
15 damage to the green guy from from our which
Give
card?
a cube to Taran.
And during his turn, I will already expend the cube he gives me to heal for an ally. I'm gonna heal for Jorana and for Gaknak. Still using the effect of Exalted Soul because it changes when my turn starts. So I'm gonna try to play at the last one so we can benefit from the.
I will use the Comrade special attack that allows a non-Comrade hero to make another attack and heal 10. I use it on Gaknak because I said before I am selfish.
Well, you and Alex have that in common apparently today.
Oh yeah.
I guess if all 4 heroes are selfish, all of them end up having the same amount of help, right?
And because selfish do not pay off, I miss it. Thank you, game.
You see, if you have give it to me, I would hit.
And at least it gets that mana cube.
And that boss is almost dying. What is that brown sentinel on the HP track?
Oh no, it was our sniper.
Yeah, somehow he got moved down there.
He was checking the backyard of that house over there.
The green one will retaliate.
Yeah, I killed him.
I'm gonna use my last mana cube to deal 4 damage to it and kill it. Heal for Jorana, so she will heal 4. And I will take 5 damage, but as I'm gonna use my Exalted Soul that is already still active, I'm gonna heal 4, so I only took 1 damage to make this. And now I don't have mana cubes anymore.
Another kill by a healer.
But now we win a cube when we kill the soul. I still have 1.
Isn't that a great feeling, James? You use cubes to kill a hero, a villain, and then you gain a cube because you killed a villain.
It's a beautiful thing.
Cube cycle.
I fully agree.
Alright, looks like Jorana's using heavy shield.
And damage the boss.
Alright, so the boss has gone around the HP track 1 time here. It's another way to get another mana cube there for when he cycles around the track. Kind of keeps the momentum going there, even when you're fighting a boss who, you know, obviously will have a lot more hit points. So you wouldn't be getting them as quickly if it was like a normal villain. Oh, someone did a pretty big hit there. Is that you, Michael?
Yes,
And
I use it 4 cubes with my Comrade here to deal 16 points of damage, and I will to make the I use this thing here and deals +9.
and for those of you who thought the boss was almost dying, he actually had a +70 token, so he wasn't at 10 HP. He was at 80 because the last slot of the HP track is 70. So the boss, when he had 80, his token was at slot 10, and now it make a full round on the HP track. It's now where it is. Where is it?
42.
42 HP. So now it's really 42 HP. It's not 112. It's actually 42 and gets to 0. The game ends.
All right, people spending some more mana cubes here to do some
But
other
we lost a
abilities.
cube. Everyone lost a cube here because of the boss.
Oh,
Look at the
yes,
boss at the
that's
beginning.
right. So going back to the
Yes.
boss here in the journal.
I'm gonna try to cure someone now. Well, the good Exalted so ended, but I'm gonna use Sanctuary now.
Yeah, the bandit leader's menacing strike has this
Okay.
nasty effect where all heroes in 2 squares of this villain lose 1 cube, and all heroes except for Zafara are
It
within
takes
2.
10 damage, so it's 32. I can heal 5 someone. I think it's better to heal me because I'm on the red zone. And I'm gonna let Gaknak toughnage.
Okay. Then our round ends, and our cool sniper guy here will help us, dealing 10 damage to the boss.
Peasant saved, wagon full of supplies.
Full. 25. It's not a full wagon, but
Yeah,
it's
you can feed the Iron Hand troops for an entire evening.
Lunch.
And this is a new round. I
Yes.
will. You can attack Taran, then I can kill him, I believe, if I'm a bit lucky.
Okay, I'm gonna. Well, all my attacks were already used, so I'm gonna unflip.
If you can heal yourself and become the target, it would be best for me. Oh, you're moving him away? Oh, that's great. That's great.
No, I don't want to be the target. No, okay, again. Let me use this
Let Jorana heal Jorana then. Let her be the target because
sacred.
this boss he attacks the target with most HP, so we can
Okay.
kind of manipulate him by hitting
Okay,
the
just
correct hero.
6 damage to the boss, so it is now 16.
All the saved peasants are already gathering by the fences. They know what the result will be. You're just trying to decide how we're gonna deal the last strike to the boss. Everyone knows what's gonna happen. Everyone is
Okay.
already cheering that the bandit leader will be demolished and destroyed, neutralized.
Now it will attack us.
If you attack Jorana,
But when the bandit round started, I used 2 cubes and deal 4 damage to each. And heal for Jorana.
let me do this.
I've never seen.
Gaknak moves away from the enemies
Gaknak
with
setting
his
up.
special attack.
Yeah, I've never seen a brute so coward.
And I let's hope I don't miss. 6! Plus 0 from my weapon. I believe I missed him.
No, bandit leader's defense 6.
Oh, good! Hit! So he takes 3 damage per square he's away from me, so it's 24 points of damage. And he's
And that
dead.
defeats him. As a quick note, all the villains and bosses get more health and defense as the game progresses. So be more difficult, but of course, obviously, the heroes will get better weapons and armor that will allow them better chances as well.
Yes, the enemy army sees that you're providing a greater resistance. They allocate their strongest troops to face you, so you will see higher level characters as your campaign progresses. Higher level villains. So the campaign guide says, the journal says, if all villains are dead, you win the quest. Then you read the next section in your journal. It says, read this only if you've accomplished the primary objective, which you did. You completed all events, and the wagon was never at 0 XP. It was always with some kind of supply in it. So the consequence is you draw 3 loots and mark this quest's star space in the fact log. I've mentioned this earlier, James. When you took a look at the fact log, you paint this little star, and since you've accomplished the extra challenge, you'll draw 2 loots and mark the space in the fact log as well. Then you draw 1 loot for each first aid not spent. So in total, you're going to draw 7 loot cards that will become
Oh boy.
resources to spend in the city phase. And 2 additional facts are marked on the fact log. The star space, which is you've beaten a primary objective, and the X space, which marks the extra challenge. Sarah is beyond happy and profusely thanks you, so you gain another point of steam with Sarah. She claims she'll be able to better focus on her tavern keeping job, doing her part for the development of War Fuji. You may immediately upgrade the tavern structure once without spending a cube and using resources of any kind to pay its upgrade costs. So are you going to? I think you will, right? You wanted the level 2 tavern earlier, so you could get uh, I don't know what, but you wanted to upgrade the tavern. Are you going to use this opportunity?
Yes, because we were short on crystals, on rubies on the last time we tried this. So now we can do it because we can use any kind of resource to do this. So that's
You-
great.
All right, so you do this, and as a last epilogue here, final reading later that day after you've left the tavern. I've been sober for so many days. Trembling fingers run through her thin red hair. It's been that many days since I saw you last. The barrel full of mushrooms slowly rolls up a hill north of town. The sky is gray. The wind blows hard toward the west, hitting the bent spine wall with full force. It's going to rain soon. The mushrooms scatter on the ground. They are seasoned with oil and tears. The barrel is empty. Sarah kicks it downhill. It rolls out of sight. Gods forgive me, the desire is strong, but I must use my powers. I am needed. The mushrooms burn in a pyre until charcoal's all that remains. The rest ascends to the skies and gets carried away, gone with the wind. This quest has ended. Fill the next blank space in the calendar. So, in the calendar on the fact log, you're going to simply write down the name of the quest, which is Mushrooms of Wrath, and you're going to write down the name of the heroes who participated in the quest, so it is forever saved in posterity. This is not week 2, so you move on to the next day, and that puts an end to the cycle that we've just played of city phase, followed by a journey phase, and another city phase would begin.
And then you'd start over again. I guess there's one note of if you're playing with 2 teams, you would play another quest with a different set of team or different 4 heroes. Otherwise, yeah, you'd go back to the city phase.
Yes, the rested. There is a rest day where you can play one extra side quest, but that side quest must be played with a team full of rested heroes. Rested heroes are heroes that didn't play the last quest, and so you are not losing much by if you want to stick with only one team. There is only one quest per week you can only do with if you have a second team of heroes. But on the other side, you can always choose which heroes you want to play on each quest. As let's say, if I get tired of playing my brute, I could change it for a bruiser or anything else, just by having a different hero card that I can buy on the city phase.
Yeah, one important thing is that heroes are not bound to a team. Like there isn't a team that will play today and another team that needs to play tomorrow. Let's say that Michael doesn't like to change heroes. He wants his hero to be the same every time. While I kind of want to test out other compositions, I want to try out new combat rules, and I want to always change my hero. That's also possible as long as you have conquered that hero as an asset. If it is in your assets deck, then you can get that hero every time and change it to another one every time you're gonna play a new journey phase.
Yep. A lot of options there, and especially with 60 heroes, right? A lot, a lot you can do with different teams. Okay, guys. Well, that is it. We are at 4 hours and 12 minutes. So I know that was quite a long stream. So I'll definitely be coming back through here and putting timestamps so people can kind of jump to different sections and events if they want to review that. But thank you so much for watching. If you made it all the way through, congratulations. You get a gold star. And anyway, if you have any additional questions about Tanares Adventures, make sure to leave it in the comments, as we will be making sure to, reply to any of the further questions. As I know, due to the length and the time of this stream, not everyone was able to make it, but we will definitely get back to all the questions. So anyway.